Head to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Second to none.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what, if any, you might be. It's 2 minutes and 19 seconds long. I started 2 minutes and 19 seconds before I was supposed to go live. So technically, you didn't hear a song. If you were here on time, you wouldn't hear the song. And I'm working on a new intro because we're starting Karen Reed at some point, and I will make it longer even than this. I will have a compilation of Lally going, what if any. I will cut out every time he says, what if any, and I'll just put music behind it. So that intro will probably be longer than the entire case. Or maybe not. Good morning, Skybell. Lolita smiles. Well, this is day 3 on this trial. We have had 3 witnesses and 1 visit to the crime scene. So, and it's only half day so far. It'll be a half day again today. They will be talking about scheduling today, so hopefully something happens. So far, what we found out is her best friends talked to her about nails, and her best friends really, really wanted to protect her reputation because it seems like she was a little bit, and people were asking me in my comments, why are they trying to paint her as kind of a loose woman? Because they want to say this was manslaughter, it wasn't red rum. Manslaughter carries 15 years, the other one up to life. So that's why they are trying to paint her as that. So he was acting because he was in affect. What do you call it? He was mad because she punched him in the face with a glass. He was trying to reconcile, and she was just playing him for the monies. Hey, Carly and Tim. Oh, you retracted those. But yes, he did get a $150,000 fine for misappropriating funds. Helen from Holland, and 80s, and Debbie Blair, 92. Broken Hearted, Michelle Johans, number 1. Deborah Rooney. Perfect timing for a stream. I'm trying to read about ethnographies in Ireland for an exam. Just say everyone is Danish, because we went there quite a bit. Jemima, 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 vi danser hele natten på Jemima. Hey, Kim. And Plan Fan, and Miss Hyacinth. Joyful. The half days are so weird and not efficient, but I also assume the judge are working other cases too. With 3 half days, it's not like, I don't get the feeling from this judge that he's going to the Cape preparing for next day in court, like on Auntie Bev. I think this is he must have had other things stacked up in the system. That's what because he also seems like he really wants this to get done with before the Karen Read stuff starts, because he's been mentioning the Karen Read case a few times that people shouldn't pay any attention to that. Funny enough, Trooper Paul, Beverly Canoni, and Trooper Fanning has something to do with this case, all of them. Katie's looking forward to more testimony from Kurt. Quite juicy. I want to see the pictures and I want to see the texts. Hey, Mac, Arian, and yeah. Verdict watch this week. Well, we'll see how fast it's going to do. Johansen. Well, I didn't do that one. Do you got rain too? No, we had rain yesterday. Actually, right now, behind this, I have my window, and I have the blinds halfway down, so I can just look out, because sometimes I'm sitting here all day long, and I can see the sun is shining, and I probably should be in my garden preparing it after the winter. Hey, Stace. How's everyone else doing? Because I was up doing my night show, because I promised that once we jump back to the normal 6 hour, I would try doing them again. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, night show is one of them. And, well, that's just perfect then. But it was fun. I had Valhalla on. That's why Jamie won't be joining us today, because she says, I don't stream on that channel if Valhalla is a guest. I don't know why Jamie has like that. She has some kind of beef. She won't tell me what it is. It might be the restraining order, but I'm not sure. Bev is not doing 5-hour court days. She'll come waltzing in at 9:30. She'll have her first break at 10:30. She'll cut for lunch at 12, and then she'll go to the Cape. Take 3 days off, come back, do 2 hours, have a long weekend. She should be forced to sit there 8 hours a day like everyone else. Loopy G. Dodo Dickerson. And by the way, if you didn't know it, Brandy was revealing yesterday her new project. Sounds very, very interesting. And I can just say, Brandy, congratulations. You deserve all the success in the world. You are by far one of the better ones out there. And I hope it'll be an amazing success for you. I know it will, because you have more skill in your little finger than I have in my entire body. And I know you will be wonderful. Just remember us small people when we come begging and say, hey, remember us? Then don't throw rocks at us. Throw squishies at us so it doesn't hurt us much. Don't talk to us, because weirdos. No, I really wish that Brandy's new endeavor will be a great success. I know she has the skills, she has the abilities to make it something absolutely spectacular. So everyone should go over and check it out and follow her on the new channel that she will be doing the Karen Read stuff on as well. I just started reading a crime novel set in Denmark. All of the dialogue comes through in Baker's voice in my head. What novel is that? I know, what's his name? The guy who writes about Gabriel Allon. He likes to mention Denmark a lot. And then we have all the Nordic noir writers. That was a big thing. The Danish writers. Hey, Zach. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hey, Sammy spills the tea. But this case, for those of you who might not have been here last week, there's no denial that he unalived his wife. Opening statements was a little bit different. They were in a strained relationship. So far, everyone is in agreement. They were split up. He had moved to, I believe, Florida to live in a camper or something. He used to be a successful urologist. Had a little bit of problem because he misappropriated funds from Medicaid. Had to pay $150,000 back. This lady, apparently, and I think we by listening to the witness Kurt, we know that she might need attention from more than one man. Both of them seem kind of like a little bit of a. They were fond of dating apps and services like that. And on the night in question, they were having a dinner with the kids, and the kids went away, and they were talking about what they should do with their relationship. He had a job on hand in Germany, but still wanted to come get back together with her. And either he stands up just straight up, unalives her, or he begs her to take him back, goes on his knees. She punches him in the face with a glass. He stands up and just slightly touches her neck, and she falls over dead, and he just have to put some rocks in her pants and throw her in a pond. Again, no judgment zone. Who hasn't done that? I don't say it's every Friday, but most Fridays is how that ends up for me. But that's the defense's testimony that he just touched her neck. Again, I've been doing layman duty for once or twice. I might have had one or two cases where luckily they didn't pass away, but they did a little bit of the chokey choke business. And chokey choke doesn't happen instantly. It's actually quite a long, really, really not interesting, funny time that the victim will have. So I don't know why they said, well, he just touched her neck and she fell over. You will see a lot of signs normally. You will see red marks around the neck. You will see the bleeding in the eyes because the lack of oxygen. So to me, it just sounds a little stupid. I don't think the jury will buy that one, but that's what he wants. Is he from Berlin? He's former East Germany. I'm not sure if they said what country in East Germany. Former East Germany was in the German Air Force and then moved to America when he was 42, I believe, so very late. He's in his late 50s or early 60s now. So he hasn't been there that long. Department Q, I never read the books, but the movies are okay. if you didn't see them. Well, most toxic relationships contains two partners who should never have been with the other one. But again, love makes you blind. Love makes you go back. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and she was kind of trying to hook up with a dentist, or might have hooked up with a dentist. She was sending the neighbor nudes. He was asking her if he could come over. He claims it was because they were talking about Reiki treatments, but we heard part of their text messages. It didn't sound quite like I have a massage tomorrow. I won't text her to adjust my groin area and stuff like that. Part of Berlin was East Germany. Yes, that's where the Mauer went through Berlin. So, but I don't know where in Germany. They just said East Germany. He could have been from Berlin. He could have been from Stralsund. I don't know. Early 60s. Thank you, Mary Lou. 5 to 7 minutes fight. Well, she'll probably pass out before that, but still, it's not just, I'm going to waiter force choke your neck. It takes a little while. Doctor gave her the house for 4 months of marriage. The fight was over Mercedes. She wanted it all. She probably did. But again, it happens. You're from Berlin. Oh. Yeah, but I don't know. They only, but you know, Americans. I've been to Germany. Where? Berlin. Oh, did you go see other parts? What other parts? They don't really know much, and East Germany is just East Germany. I believe that it's because, like countries in Asia and the Iraqs, don't have access to maps. Like when they say, "Well, I went to Paris, I went to France." I don't know. Hey, Lynn. I think Reiki should also be up on charges. Yeah. Kennedy was Zeppeliner, allegedly. I've heard him state that. Fun fact, my dad was in the military when they built the Berlin Wall and when you had the Cuban Missile Crisis. And we always hear about the Cuban Missile Crisis, but he said there was way more tension when they built the wall because they were issued ammunition and people were afraid that we were going straight into. So that's funny because it was actually Denmark who spotted the missiles on the ship that led to the blockade of Cuba. But all of you knew that. You've seen the Kevin Costner movie where they remember to thank the Danish for spotting the missiles and making sure that Cuba didn't get. No, oh no, they left that part out. Oh, I've never been to Köln, but I've been to Hamburg. Been there quite a few times. I'm that American abroad who asks for American menu when in Paris. Well, most restaurants will have it in English. Je ne parle pas français, so I need it in English as well. When I go out and eat with my sister, I can understand what's beef and what's chicken and what's, but sometimes I have to ask what's that because she lives in a French speaking part of Switzerland. So sometimes I don't understand either what them Frenchies are saying. Hey, Farley. No, that was in London. We call the German jam donuts Berliner. We call them Berliner Pfannkuchen. So, good morning, Mark. How are we doing? Baumeister means builder. Köln is beautiful. The Gothic cathedral is breathtaking. Yeah, that should be one of the wonders of the Middle Ages. Should be der Kölner Dom, as it's known in German, I think. But there's a lot of places. You know that the closer they are to you, the less likely it's for you to go see it. It's I've probably been more places in America than I've really been in Germany, because I just go to the border shop and go back home, because there's a lot of Germans in Germany. Not that the Germans is any way like the Swedes, but still, we're not the biggest fans of them. Hamburg is... I could probably get there in 3 hours. So, yeah, Hamburg I could get to in 3 hours, I believe. I've been to Hamburg when I was a kid. I still remember going in the red light district down there. Oh, I didn't even know there was a sequel. Well, that's probably a reason. I didn't like the transformation in the one in London. People that call them Berliner are heretics. Hey, Hellraising and Blackstone Ratio and Lady Di, how are you? And as you can see, we are on only clock time. That's why we are now scraping the bottom of Berliner Pfannkuchen, Kölner Dom, and not speaking French. Die auch die Tür macht zu. Something closed the door. We even have Americana, that flat round cake with icing on top. Yeah, it's funny how cakes has different. It's the same when people ask, "Oh, do you eat a lot of Danish?" We don't have those. We named them after Vienna. So, when you were on Tom's, I commented, "Who can understand this mush-mouthed Scottish Nigerian accent?" Got a few people foaming at the mouth, but I never got timed out. Disappointed. I saw your comment, and I'm saddened that no one timed you out. Finally, I was on a channel where, well, I actually think I'm an admin over there, so I could have timed you out. But Zach, I know you normally pay a little extra to get humiliated, but you have to go down to Suck Palace and have Mistress Lee do it to you today then. You weren't a fan of Germany. No, Germany have... I'm not saying they've always been the bad guys, but they have, in recent history, they've had... mistakes were made. Two years of French in high school, and I don't remember any of it. It was the only foreign language offered at my school. You just need to know, je ne parle pas français. I don't speak French. Joanna, good morning. And Ralphie, what are you left in? The ox closes the door. Is it ox? Fedorowski, that werewolf looks almost as bad as the one in Harry Potter. He's from Guben. I found that he studied at Humboldt University. Interesting. Guben, where is that in East Germany? I'm not that... Anything near it we know? Southeast of Berlin. Just south of Frankfurt an der Oder. Probably a pretty place. And they have a... Look like they also have a cathedral that looks like it got hit during the Second World Kerfuffle. Wienerbrød. Yes, that's what we call Danish. Yes, Zach is begging to be timed out. So put your phone in your pocket and it'll happen at some point. You lived in Zweibrücken in 1980. I was... it's Brandenburg. No, it's... Just had it. It's in... Spree-Nice. So it's just on the border to Poland. Yeah, well, we'll see. I've heard that about you, Farrell. That's why you have so many kids. Bad baker. I was once we were driving to France when I was in the military. We stayed at the American base at... I'm not even sure what city that was, but that was the first time I was in an American base and saw how crazy it is when you go abroad. Because
This is Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present.
we
the
don't
jury
bring
is
as
not
much
present,
with
the
us
matter is
like
on
you
for
do.
trial.
Good morning, Your Honor. All right, so I'm told that all the jurors are in. Did you want to address something, Ms.
Yes,
Beatty?
please.
Yes.
I'm objecting to the defendant continuing to cross-examine this witness regarding text messages. This witness testified on direct examination to nothing that was particularly opinionated or descriptive regarding the victim or the defendant. He was the recipient of a text message that started the investigation. The defendant is not challenging that he sent this text message, it appears, to the Commonwealth at this point in time, and has already elicited many text conversations regarding communications of a sexual nature, the defendant wanting an annulment.
So he's a part... your mom is part Danish because we used to claim fyr.
Requesting communications when the defendant is not around. And I would suggest that all of this serves only to disparage the victim and to potentially lead to some sort of a nullification regarding the manslaughter that was raised in the opening. It's cumulative at this point, and I would suggest that this line of questioning should end at this point in time.
I don't show any surprise over the government's requesting that you shut me down at this point, cross-examining this witness. And my suggestion to the court, and I speak to you as a former trial attorney, you know and you're well familiar with the fact that when you cross-examine a witness, especially a hostile witness, especially a witness that is called for the other side, and you're cross-examining that person, it's almost like, making candy, if you will. There's a time when the candy starts to solidify. You got to pour it into you know where you're going with your questioning. For them to suggest right now that I'm shut down in front of this jury.
The witness is Kurt, the neighbor she was sexting with.
And sit down like a dunce and just say, okay, I have no further questions, I think is, number one, extremely prejudicial to the defendant. Number two, the government has no idea where I'm going with this. Number three, this guy was well up to here with his discussions with McLean as to the settlements. What should I do? He won't settle. Pfannenstiel says, I'll talk to him. Let me talk to him. There are significant discussions back and forth with his state of mind, Pfannenstiel's state of mind, talking about the pandemic, statements that are made by Dr. Tuerk as to his fear and concerns about the pandemic, not just can I stay with you? All of these things are all legitimate questions. And I'm towards the end, obviously, of my cross, so I would take a significant objection to being told I can't cross-examine this witness.
So just to be clear, I don't think it's the cross-examination in general, correct?
No, it's this line of questioning. Right. I would suggest that statements of the pandemic are very different than the line of questioning that's been, there may be other objections to that, but and statements regarding reconciliation and Mr. Steele mediating between the parties, that's also a different line of questioning.
Okay. So to the extent the cross-examination goes to the victim's state of mind, which we already talked about, that would be permissible. And to the extent it goes to any bias on behalf of this witness, meaning his relationship with Ms. McLean, that's also permissible. However, I think you've already established that he had a close relationship with Ms. McLean. So any further questioning about specific texts with respect to...
I caution the court with all due respect not to shut me down on the texts between this witness and Ms. McLean, because it goes to the heart of the cross-examination, and he has a right to confront the witness. I know the government is not happy with the way the witness has stood up, if you will.
I have to agree with you. He had 2 hours of just asking nothing, and it doesn't help that the witness really don't want to answer it either. But if he's just asking to try and get him to say that yes, I was kind of having an online affair or texting affair with the witness, that it paints her like a loose woman. But if you want to have financial considerations into it, then get to it. You've been asking him for 2 hours. It seems more he just wants all this laziness out there, and I don't think that will work. That you just, again, it's a dead person. Painting her as a hussy doesn't work.
But to suggest that I have to now, in front of this jury, have no further questions regarding text where you know that I am ready to go on that with a fairly short balance to finish off my cross-examination, Your Honor, I would significantly object to being shut down in that regard. I understand your concern. I have a couple of other questions that I'd like to ask this individual, but I ask that the court not close down, if you will, cross-examination.
Again, to be clear, my objection is not to questions regarding text messages. My objection is only to text messages regarding what Mr. Reddington characterized at Sidebar was an inappropriate relationship between the victim and himself.
Well, it is an inappropriate relationship, and there's
So I will take it question by question.
Well, I have to think, what words can I use on YouTube that won't get me in trouble? So I think hussy is probably one of the few words I can use.
Objection is noted. I think you've established with respect to the inappropriate messages back and forth. That's been established.
I understand that. Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Thank you.
All right. And who do you have after this witness?
Officer Ellis?
Okay. All right. And before I bring the jurors in, be prepared to go a full day or almost a full day tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And if Wednesday's possible also, we could talk about that tomorrow.
All right. We'll check on Wednesday. We are moving courtrooms tomorrow. So we'll end at 1 o'clock today.
Thank you.
Okay?
We're going in the small courtroom?
We
tomorrow?
are. Okay. All right. I'll step off and bring the jurors in.
It's going to be the small courtroom tomorrow. It's because I had a question about this morning when I did my show. Jury selection in the Karen Read case won't be televised. The opening salvo might be televised. Bev said that would be okay. And for people who are, I really want to watch it, it's mind-numbingly boring watching the selection of witnesses, because you don't see the witnesses, you just hear them say, okay, everyone, does any of you know Brian Albert? 2 of you, okay. Number 45, how do you know Brian Albert? Well, he was a no-good kid who stole apples at my farm. Well, you might be biased. See you later. Number 85, how did you know him? He's my drinking buddy. I got all my guns from him when he forgets it in my car. Probably another who will be thrown off. Jake Hanna, thank you so very much. Brother Breaker, love to you from Western Australia. Free Karen Reed. Well, love back to Australia. It might not be a real place, but you are a real G. That's a gangster in hip-hop words. I am kind of a hip-hopper. But thank you so much, Jake. I love a case where I can go on my rants and we don't move anything. Lefty can be the foreman. Well, Lefty couldn't be much of a man. I've seen him. In Thurston, Washington, maybe, you get to see all the jury selections. It's a funny court channel. Oh, interesting. But it's really, really boring because they're going through maybe 1,000 people and they're going to ask the same question of all 1,000 people. Cindy Lou, woohoo! Hey, friends, just got here. Well, didn't just get here. You've been here for 17 months. More real than Bielefeld in any case. It's a meme, but even the city of Bielefeld held a contest on who would provide evidence they don't exist. Isn't it Bielefeld doesn't have a big Air Force base. Am I making something up again? Hey, friends, mom from New Zealand, way before sunrise. Well, I did do a show your afternoon time because I got up at 4:40 and did a show. Can I give you a TLDR on this? Yes, this guy is a German immigrant who used to be a Richard doctor. Marissa says I have to call it a Richard doctor. He found a lady who had been married 3 times. No, he was her third. Who had kids with one guy, got married to another guy, was married to him, and it wasn't a long marriage. They got married in Vegas like all good, long-lasting marriages does. And they were a little on-off. He was apparently trying to get back together with her while at the same time trying to move back to Germany. Gets a little vague. They are having a dinner with the kids at their former family home. He was living in a shed somewhere or a motel. And they get a little tipsy. And according to the state, he just straight out unalives her, chucks some rocks into her pants and throws her in a pond. According to the defense, he goes down on one knee and says, "Oh, please take me back." And she slams him in the face with a glass. And he just stands up and with the slightest of touch on her neck, she passes away. He chucks some rocks into her pants and throw her in a pond. He was in flight and fright mode. And they have tried to paint her as kind of the town bicycle. I don't think she was that bad. Well, I can't see why you couldn't see potential jurors because it's open court. So in theory, there shouldn't be any reason not to show them. But I think because of the Karen Reed fame. Again, today, Brandy got put on one of the I hate you lists. Can I make the list? No. Even the new people get on they are grifter list. I never make the list. I only get them in my comments telling me how big of an idiot I am. I don't disagree, but it still hurts. Your sister got married in Vegas, lasted 12 years. Yeah, but there's a lot of Britney Spears. There's more Britney Spears than there's your sister. He got drunk and left it in the car. Hey, Paula B. Bielefeld says something. Maybe I like to read about the Second World Kerfuffle, so maybe it's from there I have something stuck in there. He's a saint and she's a vixen. Yeah, and he just accidentally Jedi force choked her.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Judge Halal, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk.
Well, they mention all the others. Tom, Aiden, Brandy.
Attendance and you shall be heard.
Me and Valhalla? No.
Law save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this honorable court. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present. Our 16 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Why is there no
Good
volume?
morning, jurors. Hope you had a nice weekend. Let me just ask, was everybody able to follow the instructions that I gave you on Friday? Anybody who was not able to follow the instructions, please raise your hand. Okay, no hands are being raised. We're going to continue on. We'll take a morning recess today. We're going to break for the day around 1 o'clock. Tomorrow will be more of a full day, so we'll go until about 4 o'clock tomorrow, and then I'll let you know about Wednesday as we get into today. Just to remind you again, we do not have court Thursday or Friday of this week.
Why doesn't the volume booster work today?
Recall the witness, Ms. Beatty.
Mr. Fansfield, please.
Well, it's low today.
Take your time. Start your step, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court
The other days it has been okay, but and normally I can boost it a lot, but today it's just I don't know if my enhancer doesn't go on. Maybe I should try and turn it on, turn it off, and turn it on again.
and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Half day today, yes.
All right, good morning, sir. If you could just pull that microphone close to you, if you could just keep your voice up so everybody can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, just for the record, you are Kurt Pfannenstiel, the same witness who testified at the time we broke on Friday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Pfannenstiel, you were aware that Ms. McLean and Harry Tuerk were in a relationship going all the way back to June of 19, right?
Yes.
Did you know them when she moved into his house after dating for about 4 months or so?
I think I met him after that.
Okay. And do you remember when you spoke to the police, for example, Sergeant John Fanning from the Massachusetts State Police, a detective? You spoke with him, right? You may not remember his name, but you spoke to a state detective, state police?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had a chance to review your police reports, right?
I don't think so.
Would you agree with me that it was on May 15th at 2020, around 6 o'clock, that you were interviewed initially by the police, being Chief McGowan from Dover Police, as well as Detective Fanning from the State Police?
I think so, yes.
Okay, and that interview took place in your driveway, if you remember?
I think so, yes.
All right. And you knew that they had found Ms. McLean at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And you knew that this was basically a homicide investigation that was being performed, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that obviously the person who was deceased was Ms. McLean, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the police would be looking into various people that could possibly be suspects and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the things would be if a person was having a relationship with somebody. They may very well, usually, it's a husband or a boyfriend or something like that, right?
Yes.
So you were concerned about whether or not you would be in the crosshairs.
Go to the microphone.
Sure.
So as a result of your concern, and prior to speaking to the police, you deleted a number of texts, correct?
I guess so, yes.
You guess so. If I suggest to you, sir, that a review, let me back up. When you gave your phone to the police to have the phone done, you knew that they were going to use some device to get into your phone and pull out the text, emails, photographs, things like that, right?
I guess so, yeah.
tell the police that you had texts on your phone?
I don't recall.
Well, you did tell them about receiving a text from Harry at 3:30 or whatever in the morning, right? Correct?
Yeah.
He was a devil, we remember that, right? Did you tell the police that you had a number of texts going back to June 14th of 2019 that were deleted?
No, they didn't ask me that.
They didn't ask, okay. Now, when you gave your phone to the police, they extracted what they could, which would really be a handful of texts, is that right?
Objection.
Sustain, rephrase it, please.
Do you know how many texts the police got out of your phone?
I have no idea.
Did the police ever talk to you about your phone?
No.
Did the police ever ask you one question about whether or not you had any type of relationship with Ms. McLean?
No.
So, you know that during the course of this litigation that I was able to access her phone and have a phone dump on her phone. If I suggest to you, sir, that there are 5,173 texts that you deleted, would that refresh your memory this morning?
Objection.
Overruled, he can answer that. You can answer it, sir.
Jen McCabe deleted one. Well, a few more, but still 5,000. Whew.
I don't know how many there were.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't know how many.
But there were a lot, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Where did you delete the text? Were you like sitting in your kitchen or were you out in your backyard? Where did you delete it?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? In your conversations, and when I say conversations at this point with Ms. McLean, sir, would you agree with me that there would be warnings between the two of you, if you will, reference to page 439, and this would be November 7th of 2019 conversation. You indicated to Ms. McLean, please be careful. You got any text?
No.
No? You recall conversations where she indicated to you, and this would be on page 440, Harry's in his office, I'm in the kitchen, and then you said, we'll talk later. Remember that?
No.
How about 441, where you indicated to Ms. McLean, November 8th, 2019, erase our conversation? Was that it?
I have no idea.
Did you ever, to your knowledge, sir, tell her to erase that conversation?
I don't remember saying that.
It's on your text. Why didn't you tell her to erase that conversation?
I have no idea.
November 17th of 2019, this is representation of representative. You recall, sir, in texting her and then making reference to texts on the cell, erase mine, please. Remember that?
No, I don't.
When you were speaking with the police, sir, in the driveway, they were asking you, because obviously you were an important, potentially, witness of their relationship. They meaning Harry Tuerk and Ms. McLean, right? You were a potential witness to their relationship, right?
I guess so, yes.
You indicated that you had known, and this again would be on June 5th, strike that, May 15th of 2020. Let's call it the driveway conversation, okay? That's May 15th of 2020, right? Okay?
Yeah.
That'd be the day that she was discovered, is that correct?
Yeah, I guess so, yes.
Okay. I mean, that was obviously something that was of monumental importance.
I'll try and keep my voice down because people might have turned up theirs. No, Friday, I don't know if they didn't turn the mics on the same way because it wasn't this bad. But when he goes away from the microphone, I can't hear anything.
Importance to you in your life, wasn't it?
What? I'm sorry.
That's all right, that they found her body in a pond?
Yeah.
Okay. And you wanted to be helpful and cooperative with the police, right?
Yeah.
And when you were talking to the police, they asked you how long, again, have in mind, this is back in May of 2020, that they asked you how long you had known Harry and Katie, right? Do you remember that?
That they asked me how long I knew him?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a normal question a cop would ask, right?
Sure.
And how long, as of May 2020, have you known him?
I don't recall, like, I don't remember.
If the witness could answer.
All right, just ask it again, Mr. Reddington,
Sure.
please.
How long, as of May of 2020, did you know Harry and Ms. McLean?
I don't recall when exactly I met him.
Would it refresh your memory, sir, if you told the police that you had known them for about 2 to 3 years? You want me to show it to you?
No, I believe you.
Okay. Do you recall indicating to the police that you had known both Harry and Ms. McLean for 2 to 3 years, and that you stayed friends with them over that period of time, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Tell them that? You told them that you were a closer friend of Katie, right? If you want to see it, let me know.
Yes, she was a friend of mine.
Okay. And that you knew.
No, they want to paint the victim as a floozy, and that she was a gold digger.
That they got married in Las Vegas in February of 2020, right?
Day 3.
You knew that.
Yeah,
And you knew that from her, right? Correct?
yeah.
The first time that you heard of Katie and Harry having an altercation was when Katie filed a restraining order against Harry, is what you told the police, right?
What do you mean? Did they tell me that?
Okay. You remember the conversation in the driveway, right?
With the police?
Yes, with the police, sir, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And do you remember indicating that you first heard about Katie and Harry having an altercation this winter when Kate filed a restraining order against Harry? Those are your words to the police.
Okay.
Okay, okay?
Yeah.
That's correct, right?
Yeah.
And when you say you mean basically that you agree that the first time you heard was when Katie filed the restraining order in May of 2020, right?
Objection as to form.
Okay, sustained. Rephrase it, please.
Would you agree with me, sir, that you indicated that you first heard about Katie and Harry having an altercation was when she filed a restraining order against Harry? Yes or no?
I think so, yes.
Do you remember talking to the police in the driveway?
I don't really remember the conversation.
When you were being prepared for your testimony in this case, sir, anybody ever take a police report with your statement in it and show it to you?
No.
So I'm going to show you Kurt Fannin still, excuse me, right? You, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And this would be when the detectives were making their notes or putting their report together as to their interview with you in the driveway, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And read that to yourself, sir, the bottom line, about when you first heard. See if that refreshes your memory.
Okay.
Okay? Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yeah.
When was the first time that you heard about an altercation between Kate McLean and Harry?
I guess it was on that day.
And that day meaning when she filed a restraining order against him.
I guess so, yes.
And that would be in May of 2020, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, February of 2020. Right?
Yes.
You guess. But you knew when he was thrown out of the house, right?
Yes.
Now, you knew that they had been in a relationship, obviously we've established that, for 2 to 3 years, you knew that, right?
Yes.
And you knew when he got married, right?
Yeah.
And you knew they were married for about 4 to 5 months, and then she got the restraining order, correct?
I guess so, yes.
That's when he was ordered out of the house, his house, right?
Okay.
She stayed in his house with the 3 kids, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that, correct?
Yeah.
Because you were over there on occasion, right?
Yeah.
And how many?
Because he's afraid he's going to be implemented in it somehow. I think that's his big problem. Again, it would have been way easier saying, yeah, we had a texting affair. Yeah, we might have banged once or twice. So what? we all agree that even if she did go around and get a lot of sausage samplings in town, you're not allowed to unalive people. It's still illegal. So again, I don't know if he has something to protect, but he just seems very, very shifty. But again, the questions are also absolutely ridiculous.
I have no idea how many times.
Was it to talk about Reiki?
I was there for Reiki, yes.
Oh, we were there, you had Reiki with her in the house?
Yeah,
How many times did you do that?
once.
Objection, asked and answered.
Okay, overruled, that may stand.
So during this period of time, that, when I say this period of time, I mean that he is out of the house, fair to say that you continue to ramp up, if you will, the texting with her, right? You texted a lot, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. Your relationship with Harry, you would agree at least that you were friends. Maybe I think you would say you're not best friends, but you were close friends with Harry, correct?
Friends, yeah.
Well, he thought you were close friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
So he sent you the text saying, Kurt, I'm sorry, brother, but she's a vindictive Daryl. She played us all. I'm really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you. Harry, he sent that to you, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't just send that randomly to some guy that you knew was an acquaintance, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
So you then had occasion to speak to the police. How many times did you speak to the police, by the way, if you recall?
I don't recall.
What?
I don't recall.
Then it must be on their website
were-
because they're not showing it on YouTube.
Texting her back in February of 2020, like on February 22nd, literally about 2
No, this guy is a hussy too because he was in a 13-year on and off relationship again. Again, I don't care how much you go and either deposit or retrieve sausage around town. It's not my problem. Just don't try and hide it. There's evidence.
2 weeks, 3 weeks after he was out of the house, you were texting her, correct?
I guess so.
Now, you, from February of 20 to March of 20 to April of 20, into the beginning of May of 20, you didn't have many texts with Harry, did you?
I don't recall.
So you recall that on February 22nd of 2020, you were advised by Ms. McLean, this would be page 830, that she had pulled her back and it was sore. Do you remember that, sir?
No.
Do you recall asking, how's your back? And then saying, when she said it's sore, come here, I'll fix it. I can massage you. Do you remember saying that to her? He was out of the house for 3 weeks.
No.
Did you talk to Harry at all in that time frame that you recall on the phone?
I don't recall.
Did you know where he was, sir, other than some nebulous down in Florida? Did you know where he was staying?
No.
You knew it was at the height of the pandemic, or the pandemic that basically the world was shut down, right?
Okay.
You knew you couldn't talk to people, you had to wear masks, and you had the social distance. This is before you could even eat dinner behind plexiglass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Did you talk to Harry at all and find out how he was doing or where he was staying or what?
I don't recall.
But you stayed in touch with Kathleen McLean, didn't you?
Yeah, just as friends.
That's just as friends. No big deal, right? I mean, you would have the respect for a guy's married wife, right? Correct?
Yeah.
You wouldn't ask to see her boobs, would you?
No.
Objection.
Well, you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me. Can I see the side up?
Yes.
Now we're taking a sidebar. I'll try and maybe that'll kick in my enhancer a little bit. Because normally I get a lot of background noise. Can't do that. Because they met at American Legion and they were drinking buddies. I don't think the judge was, not the judge, I don't think the doctor was, well, he liked fast cars and motorcycles and stuff like that, but I don't think he was cray-cray.
Oh, 889.
That's the point I don't get. Yeah, they were having some affair. How much and how little, I don't care. But he said he wanted him to testify about her complaining that her husband didn't want to take a settlement. Then get to it. I don't care how many times she showed her bolos to him. I really don't care. Because that's not the important part. The important part is the Jedi Force joke. And at this point, I would start to get mad that we're sitting and listening to the same 5 questions for 2 days from a guy who clearly, I don't even think he doesn't want to remember. I think he just doesn't remember. He doesn't seem like Mensa material.
Excuse me. Again, sir, your phone is the 4714, correct?
Yes,
Her phone is the 9407, correct?
yes.
And this is page 889. You see that text from you to Ms. McLean, sir? Yes?
Yeah,
Yeah. And when was that?
on 3/2/20.
No, they had an ongoing relationship before she threw him out.
March 2nd of 2020. What did you say to her?
I want to see your boobs.
I want to see your boobs. Did she show you her boobs?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Give me that, please.
Finally, the rock has come
In
home.
the same conversation, sir, do you recall that the two of you were talking about the pandemic and her state of mind? And it was that she had it on a reliable source, that they're going to implement shelter in place, and that they had the National Guard called in. Do you recall her saying that to you?
No,
Do you recall discussing the pandemic with her? Do you
No.
recall discussing friends that you knew that had died from the pandemic with her?
no,
Do you recall her discussing with you friends that had died, relatives in the pandemic, sir?
I don't really recall
And
who.
you were living in your house at this time, right?
Yeah,
You were safe in your house, weren't you?
yeah,
And she was living in Harry's house, right?
I guess so.
You want to mark those for ID, Mr. Reddington?
Yes, you were.
She did have upgrades.
Do you recall asking her to put on her best sexy outfit, telling her she's bad and naughty?
Objection.
Sustained.
No,
Did you ever recall, sir, that you went over to, this would be on page 1307. Do you recall, now this is April 10th of 2020. You knew in April of 2020 that Harry and his wife were in the process of trying to negotiate a settlement, right?
I don't recall that.
Well, you recall, you knew, let's do it like this. You knew that they were separated, correct?
I guess so.
You knew he was living out of state in Florida, correct?
Yeah.
But the problem is he has been swinging around, and it's just getting annoying. We have boob mentioned twice only. Show us the pics.
You talked to him. You knew he was living in a trailer, right?
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, I guess. What?
What is that you just said there, Grant? What is that?
I guess so. Yeah.
All right, he's living in a trailer and he will talk to you very seldomly to let you know where you were staying, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Recall him sending you a text that you would forward it to Katie LOL because he had said to you that he was in dire fear of dying in the pandemic and that it was not good, Kurt? Remember that one?
I don't really remember, but yeah.
But yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, and that he was in dire fear of dying from the pandemic and that he told you it was not good and that he was not well and asked if he could stay with you, right?
He did ask me that.
Right, you said, I'll get back to you on that, let's have dinner. What you said, right?
I guess so, yeah.
You recall that April 10th of 2020, she sent you a text that he said, I got an email, he's not negotiating us staying here. He's not negotiating, remember that?
No.
When she said to you, us staying here, that would mean her and her 3 kids staying in his house, right?
I guess so.
And he's not negotiating, and she was upset about that, right?
I guess so.
And you then responded, come on. Remember that?
No.
And then she said, so I gotta move forward. Remember that?
No.
And then you said, with what? And she said, everything. She said, if he's not negotiating, then this leaves me no choice. And then you went on and said, he's crazy to keep going. He told her, right? He told her.
I guess so.
And then she said, he'll be broke from lawyers.
Well, he claimed he was single at that time. And then when the attorney asked what time, he said, well, we did take some breaks. So I think he was a player. And like all men in Massachusetts, he had the best phone playing game. I know from Higgins, I use the same methods that he does. Every girl I try to slide into their DMs, I say, well, the next text is, can I see boobs? Doesn't work yet, but I need to hit up some Massachusetts girls.
Did you recall anything about those conversations, sir?
No, I
Do you
don't.
recall her ever reaching out to you for advice or assistance with her negotiations?
No, I don't really recall that.
Double I for identification.
As it relates to her state of mind, sir, on April 21st, when things were really heightening with the pandemic, do you recall, this would be page 1465, that she told you 2 friends' parents died yesterday?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm sorry.
Does that at least refresh your memory as to further conversations?
Because it was
Sustained.
very low before. I can turn it down.
Well, okay, clap for her, please.
Double J for identification.
And then, on April 23rd, sir, page 1493, is when you indicated you sent her a text in the morning, I'm still in bed, help me. And then she told you that she was talking to people on the phone. Do you recall that, telling her you were in bed?
Form.
Sustained. Rephrase it, please.
Do you recall, around April, the end of April, 2004, you were texting her and started off the morning by saying, I'm still in bed. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you recall texting her and her indicating, around that time, I'm on the phone, and she was on the phone with a number of people, and you kept asking her when she was going to be able to FaceTime and text you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Good.
Sustained.
Do you recall during the course of that conversation, or that conversation that you don't recall, that she said, you are so naughty, you're a bad, bad boy. Do you remember that, sir?
Sustained.
No.
Do you recall indicating, sir, that I'll talk to him because she was complaining that he still would not settle the case. Do you remember that, sir?
No.
You don't recall saying you'll talk to him?
Huh?
You don't recall saying, I'll talk to him, meaning Harry?
I might have, I don't.
Right, you might have. And when you say to her, because she was complaining that he wouldn't settle, and you said, I'll talk to him, what was that about? What were you going to say to him? Were you going to advise him?
I don't remember.
What?
I don't remember.
Did you ever talk to him about settling the case, the probate case?
I don't recall.
April 23rd? No, you don't remember?
AK for identification.
Do you recall, sir, that she actually shared with you in detail the negotiations that she had with Harry about getting the house or getting on the deed of the house, about him giving her money on a post-nup agreement? She talked to you about that. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that. I don't think she did.
Okay, do you remember?
I think he's slow, because he's been like this, or maybe he's just very highly self-medicated, because he's been this way. But he's also understand talking about demanding boobs from the victim.
Her saying Harry's not getting the things I was saying during a joint meeting that they had of lawyers and Kate McLean and Harry. I think Harry didn't get the things I'm saying because they kept muting me. This is back when you had to do things by Zoom. Remember her saying that to you?
No, I don't.
And that she said this has to be wrapped up no later than May 1st, him home because of the virus? Do you remember anything like that?
No, this is like 5 years ago. I don't remember.
Yeah. Do you remember saying, okay, I'll talk to him? And that would be this page 1513.
I really don't know why Richard becomes, no, not Richard, Ingolf becomes Harry, probably because it's easier for Americans to say Harry than try to butcher Ingolf.
I'll talk to him. Again, what are you going to talk to him about?
I don't recall.
Were you going to call him up as a guy that's kind of not a good friend, just an acquaintance, and give him advice on what he should do about the house and settling it and giving her the house?
That's not my choice.
Sustained, rephrase it, please.
Do you remember her saying, as long as he agrees to the post-nup, we're okay?
I don't remember that.
And then you said, I'll call you. So you have basically, you have no memory, sir, apparently at all, of assisting her in the sense of talking to him about settling the probate case, the divorce between the two of them, right? Is that right?
Right.
LL for identification.
Do you recall 1596?
Nope.
Where she was complaining that he was complaining about being in Florida, and she said to you, well, he's not trying to take care of 3 kids and a dog, and you're like, right, I agree. And then she said, he has tons of money. Do you remember that, sir?
I don't really remember it, but if it says that.
What?
I don't remember it, but if it says that.
Right, and then you say, yup. And that she then said, his state of mind, he's saying he can't stay at a hotel, he's afraid of COVID. And this is back in May 5 of 2020. She's sharing with you, confiding in you, her conversations with her husband that was saying he couldn't stay in a hotel because he's afraid of COVID. May 5, 20. You remember that?
I guess he was, yeah.
Yeah, I guess he was, because he'd already texted you a couple of times about his death fear about that, right?
Yeah.
And you said, I agree, is what you said, sir. right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she cheated. She wanted his money. Come on.
Do you recall responding, tell him to suck it up?
No.
M.
On May 6th, do you recall sending her a text saying, I'll meet you in the garage in 5?
Nope.
Do you recall that, sir?
No.
Is that one of the days that you recall going to the garage?
I don't know why I would have gone to the garage.
Okay. Do you remember telling her on May 6th at 6:41 p.m.? Again, 4714 is your phone, 9407 is her phone, right?
Yeah.
And showing you this, sir. Text. Tell her I'll meet you in the garage.
I guess.
You guess. And then you said in 5. Tell her that?
Yeah.
Objection.
He's doing his job. He's trying to get his client off. He will do whatever it takes to paint her in a bad light. It's not because he's gross. It's because that's the tactic.
It's a procedure at this point.
Procedure?
Okay, so ask him if it refreshes his recollection.
Does that refresh your memory, sir, that you told her that you'd meet her in the garage in 5?
I guess so.
Okay? And then when she responded, I'm just too good to you. Do you recall that, sir? Right there.
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Okay. And have in mind that this would be on May 6th, 2020, at, make sure I read that right, 6:42 in the evening, right?
Yeah.
6:45, okay? You met her in the garage, didn't you?
Yeah.
And what did you do in the garage?
I think she gave me food for some reason.
She gave you food.
Yeah, it was like, wasn't that around the holiday? I didn't have family around, and
What holiday? This is May 6th.
she had like friends over or whatever, had extra food, and I don't remember.
So without having at least any text conversation, you knew that she had food, so you said, I'll come to the garage and see you in 5?
No, I don't really recall the whole thing. I don't.
So May 6th, 2020, at 7:09, which is about 20 minutes later.
No, I don't think it'll work trying to paint her as a harlot, but that's his job to try and say, well, this guy was trying to salvage their relationship, but she was just playing him along. I don't think it works because, again, you're not allowed to Jedi force choke people. So, and having this guy say, I don't remember for 2 days straight, I don't think that works either.
She texted you. You were so nervous. It was cute. My mind was racing. And you responded, me too. Remember that, sir?
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, why was your mind racing and why were you nervous?
Because I didn't want to be at that house.
Dane, wait for the objection, sir. Go ahead, next question.
Do you recall her indicating, I'm going to come?
I shouldn't have stopped there. Troy, we are watching a case about a man who unalived his wife, and the defense is trying really, really hard to make it manslaughter, not red rum. There's a difference in about 10 years to life in prison difference in those two convictions. This witness is probably one of the... Even Jen McCabe remembered more than this guy does. And this lawyer... I don't think he hears really well, and he asks questions in a stupid way. So it's been very, very, very boring.
Objection, sir. Go ahead, next question.
Do you recall her indicating, I'm going to come?
No.
Objection.
Okay, overrule. Next question.
I'm going to come.
Well,
I know everyone was talking about Reddington before we started, and because he has some connection to Aiden. I really don't think he's that good. I find him very confusing.
N for
Would you agree, sir, that you were in love with Kate McLean?
Was sorry, what?
That you were in love or had feelings for Kate McLean?
Just as friends.
Just as friends. Do you recall, and this would be on May 7th, page 1639, texting her, I think you and I are feeling the same. And then you texted again, hello, and then you texted again. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Just friends.
So when you said, I think you and I are feeling the same, after all this time, you were just friends?
I don't know why, but just friends.
No, but Aiden was talking about him on a show before this. That's what I meant. Yeah, I know he's Jen McCabe's lawyer, but I just don't find him really good at what he's doing. Again, we've seen some of the best lawyers probably on cross-examination. This guy's just confusing. Imagine trying to stand up there and defend Jen McCabe. Holy moly.
And finally, sir, around page 1646, and she's providing you information as to her state of mind about her husband's condition during the pandemic, and I think she's objecting.
Ask the question.
She indicated to you that she was upset. You said, why? What happened? She indicated to you he's hurt and he needs my help. And then she said he's hurt. He looks bad. And you asked, how was your visit with him? She said, he looks bad, Kurt, very bad. He's on tons of medication, high blood pressure. You said, sad. Yeah, it's more his spirit. It's collapsed. He's different.
Objection.
No, overruled.
She share that with you, sir?
I guess she did.
Did you care?
Of course, you don't want someone to, be hurting or anything.
And then you asked her, how was he towards you? And then she responded, so gentle and loving. Kept tearing up, saying, I love you so much, Katie. I never was made love by him like that last night. And you said, that's good. Do you recall her sharing that with you?
I mean, if you say so, there.
What?
If you read it, yeah.
Double P for the.
May I see the other texts that have been introduced right now?
I get being uncomfortable because there might be some saucy text in there, but still, he's very uncomfortable. Do we have the Richard pictures in there? Is that why he's that uncomfortable? Now you are a millionaire in Denmark. Do you know how much I'm being taxed on that? But thank you anyway, Dave.
Thank you. Your Honor, based on the foundation and the fact clearly that this witness has adopted these texts and has indicated they are from his phone to her phone, rather than just read them or offer them in evidence now as a substantive exhibit.
Objection.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Can I approach the side?
Yes.
And another sidebar.
No further questions.
Thank you, Jeebus. Thank you, Stacy LaBruno, for covering my tax bill. Yeah, don't get into it.
Questions about whether you recall assisting Ms. McLean and Dr. Tuerk in reconciling. Do you remember having conversations with them separately when they were separated about them reconciling?
Not really. I don't really remember, but
If either of them asked you to assist with that, would it make sense to you that that's something that you would do?
yeah, I might have, yeah.
Okay. And during, you asked some questions about May of 2020. During that time period, do you recall that it was during the COVID pandemic?
Yes.
And you met with the police in the driveway, and I think you said on direct that that was in part due to the pandemic?
Yes.
Okay. Normally, would you have invited the police into your home?
Sure.
Okay. And I think you were asked about May 15th, meeting with the police in your driveway, and Mr. Reddington said that Katie was deceased at that point in time and had been found. Do you remember what day it was that Katie was found?
No, I don't.
Thank you, Squab Bob, for the gifted subscription on Rumble. I didn't even know that you can do that. But thank you so much, Squabby.
Okay.
Not 100%.
All right. Do you know whether or not Katie was missing or whether or not she had been found at the pond on the time that you met with them?
I don't think she was found when I met with him.
I'm sorry, can you say that last part?
I don't think she was found when I met with him.
So the first time you met with the police, she was just missing?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And the police asked to see your cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you understand why they wanted to see your cell phone?
Yeah, from the text message that Harry sent me.
Okay. And you agreed to provide them with your cell phone, right?
Yes.
All right. And why do you think that you deleted text messages with Katie? What makes you believe that you did that?
I don't know.
Do you know if you did that?
I don't know when I did it.
Okay, but Mr. Reddington asked you a question about deleting text messages. Do you know that you deleted text messages?
I'm not sure if I did or I did later on, I think, because I did. I don't know.
Later on, meaning after you met with the police?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that?
I think so, yeah.
All right, but what we're talking about is before May 15th, before you handed your phone to the police. Had you deleted text messages at that time? Do you know?
I don't recall when I.
You don't know? Okay.
Yeah, I also delete my messages.
All right, may I approach, Your Honor?
The witness?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall speaking with Dr. Tuerk in April about reconciliation over text?
I might have, but I don't remember exactly.
May I approach?
You may.
ask you to read this to yourself, starting on page 19 and going to page 28.
Oh, his jaw is moving real fast. Can you see that? He has some tick in his jaw. That's weird. Yeah.
And does that refresh your memory about whether or not the defendant asked you to help communicate with Katie regarding reconciliation?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that you did do that?
Yep.
You said at some point you met Katie in her driveway or garage and she gave you some food. Would it make sense to you that that was cake?
Yeah, maybe. I don't remember what it was.
Okay. And then you were asked some questions about asking to see parts of Katie's body. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did Katie agree to do that?
I don't remember.
Okay. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you 4 pages.
Hey, Luna.
890 going to 894. Can you read the whole conversation?
Maybe it was, I don't... Cake by the ocean. It's such a weird thing. Hey, thank you for the cake. Can I see your boobies? I don't... Is it a thing? Am I just too old?
Does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
Did she agree?
No.
And you were asked some questions about a conversation about massaging her back. Do you recall those questions?
No.
Do you recall the questions that Mr. Beddington asked
Oh,
you?
yes.
Okay. And did Katie allow you to massage her back?
No.
Okay. And what did she say about why not? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
May I approach?
You may.
Show you 4 pages, 830 to 834, 5 pages. You good with that?
Yeah, she said, nope, someone else paid for those bolos. You're not seeing them. Well, he's drinking water constantly, but he still has the worst cotton mouth. It's I think it's a medical wonder that he's doing the, and then 2 seconds later it's. That reminds me, I have to buy Plevin's book tomorrow.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
What did she say about why not?
You just read it. Come on now, you just read it. You knew there was going to be a pop quiz.
Because it's something about cheating.
She said that it would be cheating.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you were asked about a conversation where in June of 2019, where Katie said it was like a soap opera and that she'd been engaged in consensual sexual relationships with her husband, and then she said it was a soap opera. Do you remember those questions yesterday or Friday?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Maybe it's a cultural thing. How the heck is Smexy Time like a soap opera? Is there a laugh track? Is someone crying in the end? How is your... I've described my Smex life more like the movie Flash, over very fast. But how can it be like a soap opera? I don't know how. What if any is a soap opera Smex life?
And do you recall what that conversation was about other than that topic?
No.
May I approach?
May.
Going from pages 73 to 77. Can you read those to yourself, please?
So you women, you'll go find the worst doofuses. It has a plot. Well, that's why mine can't be described as that. It's more like a teaser trailer. Oh, it's over already? Yeah, rough and entertaining like the WWE and fake. 6-second Kurt. Oh, isn't that a telenovela? Could be. Maybe he has that Peter what's the guy from SNL? He's about the ugliest person in the planet, but he bangs all the ladies that's anything. It's kind of like a ritual. They have to go through him. And he, well, I'm no looker, but dang if he is.
Does that refresh your memory about what that conversation was about?
Yeah.
What was it?
About a safe place for her kids so they could finish up school, their IEP.
That was what she was concerned about?
Yeah.
And why was she concerned about that?
Because her son had special needs, I think. He had IEP.
How did that relate to the conversation with Harry? May I approach you?
May.
I'm going to direct you to one particular spot.
So this one.
Hey, Miss Kate Rift. No, I don't take it as a compliment if someone says, "Oh, you're just like a soap opera."
Tell him not to keep telling you to leave. And she said, I have.
Okay.
And she said, I say that's crossing the line. I have no security, but it's more about the IEP and schools. I was available to get Sam into Landmark. Now he goes Monday.
All right. Did you talk with Katie about her concerns about not having somewhere to live?
I'm sorry, say again?
Did you talk with Katie about her concerns about not having somewhere to live?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Okay. Do you recall speaking with her about her concerns about the children in the Dover schools?
Yes.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
So you knew all about her concerns about her son because he had some special needs, and her concerns about having him stay in the town of Dover for their school, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that she wanted to stay in Harry's house with her 3 kids because she liked the school system, right?
Yes.
Yes. And while she was living with Harry, you knew from your conversations with her that went back almost a year, that in fact he was the one that would go to take the kid to the school for the IEP interviews. You knew that from her?
Okay, overall, he can answer it.
Your Honor.
Can answer it, sir.
Okay. Did I know that he was willing to bring him?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And as far as the district attorney asking you a question about, apparently she had nowhere to stay other than Harry's house, you knew that her family had a place in Belmont. You knew that was empty, right?
I think that rings a bell.
Rings a bell?
Yeah, I think that sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar. All right. That's all I got.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Well, that was very long and not very giving. We didn't even see the bolos.
Officer Ellis, please.
Take your time, watch your step, just raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning, Chief.
We're gonna find this chair under here.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Judge.
Could you do me a favor, just keep your voice up?
Sure.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your first and your last name for the record?
It's Joseph Ellis, Josephellis.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a Dedham police officer.
How long have you been employed by the Dedham Police?
A little over 15 years.
How come Denham police officers are the ones in Massachusetts with hair? It's the same with the guy in the Karen Reed case. He had hair as well. Yeah, he's off to the American Legion, and they will need to have more Bud Light brought in today.
And what are your current responsibilities?
Currently, I'm a patrol officer, so basically handling calls for service and enforcing motor vehicle laws, that type of things.
So I'm going to direct your attention to May 15th of 2020. Were you working on that day?
I was.
And at a certain point, were you dispatched to the residence inn?
I was.
What time was that?
I don't remember exactly what time.
Do you remember it being in the morning?
In the morning, yeah.
Okay. If I said 10:45 approximately, would that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. And
Well, then he'll be transferred to Canton.
did you go alone or with anybody else?
I was also with Officer Katie.
Okay. And were you in the same cruiser or in separate cruisers?
Separate cruisers.
And was that a marked cruiser?
Correct.
And how were you dressed that day?
In a full police uniform.
And when you got to the residence inn, who did you speak with?
Someone at the front desk. I don't recall the name.
Somebody who worked for the hotel?
Correct.
Okay. And what was your purpose in going to the residence inn?
It was for a well-being check of a Kathleen McLean.
And can you explain what a well-being check is?
Generally, like a family member or a friend will call the police to have us get in touch with a person they haven't been able to contact or because they feel there's something out of the norm with them.
And is that something that you do typically?
It's pretty typical, yes.
Okay. And so on this day, what, if anything, did you do?
We went to the residence.
Why do they all have the lip smack?
And spoke with the clerk at the front desk and were directed to a hotel room upstairs.
And did you go upstairs to the hotel room?
Correct.
And then what did you do?
We opened the door.
How did you get the door open?
There was someone, a staff member up there that had a key card that opened the door.
Okay. And before opening the door, did you knock on the door?
Yes, we knocked and announced Dedham Police.
And when you say announced, what do you mean by that?
Kind of loudly, say Dedham Police, just so it could get the attention of the person inside.
Louder than we're speaking right now?
Correct.
And would you knock loudly?
Knock loudly, yes.
Okay. One time or more than one time?
Several times.
All right. And did anyone open the door for you?
Nobody opened the door, no.
Okay. So then what happened?
After getting no response, we proceeded to open the door with the key card.
And what did you see when you looked into the room?
There was a man laying in the bed.
Okay. And can you describe the man?
He was dressed in jeans and a shirt and wasn't answering to us.
Okay. Did you enter the room?
We did, yes.
And when you entered the room, were you speaking to the man in the bed?
We tried to.
What were you saying?
Ask him if he was okay.
And did you get a response?
No.
Okay. Can you describe his demeanor at that point in time?
Kind of moaning. Eyes were pretty much closed. Just kind of unresponsive.
Okay. And do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of his clothing?
He's over at the defense table there wearing a blue tie and suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification.
Yes.
And so what happened next?
At that point, based on the gentleman's condition, we called for an ambulance.
Okay. And did you do anything while you were waiting for the ambulance?
Kind of just looked around the hotel room to see if there was, we were also looking for Mrs. McLean, but also just kind of seeing what was going on.
Okay. Was Mrs. McLean there?
No.
All right. And was there anyone else in the room?
No.
Okay. So what else did you see at that point in time?
On the nightstand next to the bed, there was a bottle of whiskey or scotch, and there was a small table that had a kitchen knife on it. Appeared to be some blood on the knife and some bloody tissues.
Okay. Did you touch any of those items?
I did not.
Okay. Was there anything else that you observed at that point in time?
No, nothing.
Okay. And so what, if anything, did you do next?
I think we waited for the ambulance to get there. They started treating him, and I think at some point I called for a detective to respond.
Okay. And by treating him, what do you mean by that?
The EMTs they're kind of checking his body to see what type of, if there's any wounds or what may have caused his condition.
Okay. And did you see anything at that point?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Were you able to make any observations while they were checking his body?
He had some.
This is at the hotel he was staying at. The wife was unalived at her or their family home she was staying at, and tossed in a pond near that house.
Kind of superficial cuts on his arms, and they had rolled up his jeans. He had cuts on his jeans. On his legs.
Okay. Were you able to see any
Scotch is whiskey. It's just how it's brewed.
treatment in particular that they performed?
Not really, no.
Okay. Did they provide any medicine to the defendant?
I believe they gave him Narcan.
Okay. And what is that?
It's kind of reverses the effects of an opioid overdose.
Okay. And is that pretty standard that you would do that, or the ambulance would do that when you find people that are unresponsive?
Yeah, when there's a circumstance, kind of when you're not sure about what's causing a condition, you usually give Narcan just in case.
Okay. And did that have any effect on the defendant?
It did not.
And so what happened with the defendant at that point in time?
I believe he was placed on the stretcher and transported to the hospital.
Okay. Do you know which hospital?
I don't recall. No.
And what, if anything, happened next?
I think we went out to the parking lot because we were told there were two.
You went to the parking lot?
Yes.
And what were you going to do in the parking lot?
We were told that two vehicles were in the lot.
And what were the vehicles that were in the lot?
They said one belonged to Miss McLean and one to Mr. Tuerk.
Okay. And did you see those vehicles?
I did.
All right. And did you speak with anyone in the parking lot?
I was approached by a male party, yes.
And did the male party identify himself?
Yes, he said Stephen Rocca.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything else, did you do?
Spoke with him, and then that was basically it at the hotel.
At the hotel. Okay. And so then where, if anywhere, did you go?
I went back to the police station to start doing my report.
Okay. And after completing your report, what, if anything, did you do?
I responded back to the residence inn because the state police K-9 unit was there to search the area.
Okay. And what area did the state police K-9 unit search?
So like around the perimeter of the hotel is kind of a fenced area. They did that along that area, the perimeter.
Okay. And what, if anything else, did you do?
At that point, there was nothing at the hotel, so I went back to the police station to make some phone calls.
Okay. And who were you speaking with at the police station?
There was a Kurt and a Vanessa.
Okay. And did you talk with them on the phone or in person?
On the phone.
All right. And is there anything else that you did after speaking with Vanessa and Kurt?
No.
Okay. Do you recall speaking with Medfield Police at any point in time?
Oh, yes, I did. Just because there was a ping on Miss McLean's phone, and it was tracking in that area in Medfield.
Okay. And what's a ping?
So basically, you would call a cell phone provider and get a location of a person's cell phone.
And when are you able to do that? In what circumstances?
Usually just emergency circumstances or missing persons, that type of stuff.
Okay. And so what was the point of calling the Medfield Police?
Just because Miss McLean was unable to be located.
And what was happening in Medfield?
Her phone was in that area.
Okay. So it was your understanding that her phone was pinging within the town of Medfield?
Yes.
And so were you asking them to assist you?
Yes, I gave them the location that it was possibly pinging, and they were going to search the area.
Okay. And the ping, does it give you an exact location, or what kind of information do you
It
get?
usually gives like a certain area in meters. It could be a big area or a small area, depending.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Just two questions, actually. Counsel had asked you about the Narcan. What exactly is Narcan? Is that a substance that if somebody's using drugs and they're in an overdose, it helps them?
It usually reverses the effects of an opioid overdose, yes.
It refreshes the effects? What does that mean?
Reverses.
Reverses, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I misunderstood you. And it had no effect on Harry at that point, correct?
Correct.
Which would indicate that it's nothing to do with drugs. Extreme alcohol possibly, but not...
Nothing to do with an opioid.
Okay. And as it relates to the vehicles, you indicated something to the jury in response to the district attorney's question about the cars that were in the parking lot, one of which was...
Wasn't it supposed to have started? Did I get that wrong? Or did it get moved because of Proctor? I'm not sure, Marcia.
Was owned by Miss McLean?
I don't know who it was owned by.
They found the doctor passed out, drunk out of his mind, so drunk that they thought he might be ODing and gave him Narcan. They found a kitchen knife, bloody rags or bloody tissue, and some cuts on his arms and his legs. Might indicate some kind of self-deletion attempt.
but I was told that she operated it.
Right, okay, so you don't know that both vehicles were in fact owned by Harry and that she was driving them? You didn't know that?
I didn't know which person owned them. No.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
It's dead in cups, so I don't know if that's in or outside of the triangle.
Nothing further.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
I know that Auntie Bev have been. She's been connected to this
Your Honor, the
case.
Commonwealth would call Stephen Rocca.
Stephen Raka, where the defense tried to get Proctor's text messages, but Bev denied it. So that's all I know. Dedham is where the courthouse is. Oh, then we're in the triangle.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name, spelling?
It was her friend. The first witness was the one who called the wellness check.
Your last name for the record.
Stephen Rocca, ROCCA,
How old are you?
56,
What's your date of birth?
7/16/1968.
Do you work?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
Self-employed carpenter.
How long have you been doing that?
Pretty much my whole life.
Where do you live?
I live at 385 Newton Street, Waltham, Mass.
Who do you live with?
My son, Sam.
Are you currently married?
No.
Have you ever been married?
Yes.
To who?
Kathleen
And what's Kathleen's last name?
McLean.
Oh,
When did you meet her?
I met her back in high school.
Did you have any children together?
Yes, 3.
What are their names?
Sophia.
And what's Sophia's date of birth?
Sophia's date of birth is 7/16/2002.
And your next child?
Mary Grace.
Does she go by Grace?
Yes.
And what's Grace's date of birth?
12/29/03.
And
That's a
you said that
shitty
you lived with
birthday.
your son, Sam?
Yes.
And was that Katie's son as well?
Yes.
And what's Sam's date of birth?
Sam's date of birth is February 7th, 2007.
to jerk those little heartstrings. But I had a buddy of mine who had his birthday on New Year's Eve. That's probably worse, but the 29th, everyone is just, we just had Christmas. We're having New Year's in a few days. No one want to come to your birthday party at that time.
When did your marriage to Katie end?
2011.
He's a cop.
Where did Katie live after your marriage ended?
With her mom.
What town was that in?
Waltham.
Where did your kids live at that time?
With her.
How often did you communicate with Katie after your marriage ended?
I'm sorry, Massachusetts. Every time I try to pronounce one of your towns, I'm always told you're saying it wrong. How can Waltham be pronounced Waltham? Why isn't it Waltham? Why do you choose to say that H? It's the triangle.
Daily.
How often would you see her?
Weekly.
And would that be to exchange the children?
Yes.
Turning to the beginning of 2020, where were Katie and your children living?
Tell me the date again, please.
The beginning of 2020.
I believe she was living in Sudbury.
At some point, did that change?
Yes.
Where did she move to?
I believe to Dover.
Well, if I'm saying it like he just pronounced it Waltham, then this would be Worcester. But it's probably Worcester or something weird like that.
And who was living with her in Dover?
My 3 children, Harry's 2 children, and Harry.
And you say Harry, who do you mean?
Mr. Tuerk there?
And you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing that he's
Striped
wearing?
blue tie?
I'm sorry?
A striped blue tie.
Your Honor, could the record please reflect identification?
Yes.
I'm just surprised
When did you
that
meet the
Dedham isn't
defendant?
spelled with a Z.
Probably 2002, 2020.
Would you communicate with him separately from Katie?
Never.
How often did you see him?
Maybe when I picked the children up. I hardly ever had any contact with him.
Well, he saved her him a lot of Allen money.
In
so-
February of 2020, were you aware that the defendant was no longer living in Dover with Katie and your children?
Yes,
How did you know that?
Katie told me.
Where was he living, if you know?
Not sure.
How often were you communicating with Katie at that point?
Daily,
And how would you most often communicate with Katie?
text message.
Would you ever speak with her on the phone as well?
Times.
How often did you go to the house after the defendant left?
Once a week. Weekends.
After COVID hit in March of 2020, how often did you communicate with Katie?
Same, daily.
How often would you see the kids once the world shut down for COVID?
I didn't.
How long did you go without seeing your children?
Probably about 3 weeks.
Turning to April 17th of 2020, did Katie discuss the possibility of reconciling with the defendant with you?
Yes.
Did Katie text you an email from the defendant's attorney that you read?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, let me just see counsel at sidebar, please.
It was so ridiculous that the people in Copenhagen, they just drove across the bridge and could go to the gym and go out eating and then come back and couldn't do it. I never ate a bagel, but I'll pass on the cream cheese, please. She had some shrimp cheese. Jamie loves it. She said it's her new favorite kind of cheese is shrimp cheese. It's the saltiness, and she loved the knäckebröd, which is a Swedish specialty. Is her exact words. Go back, watch the video. She might try to hide it, but she really loved it.
Is your memory refreshed?
Yeah.
And what was the substance of that email?
She was saying he was saying that he wants to get back into the relationship and he's willing to go to.
I'm just going to stop you right there. So when you say he, who do you mean?
Harry.
Okay. And what's the date on that email?
So this is like triple level hearsay at this point. No objection.
Why is he allowed to testify to an email about what Harry told her? I don't, that one I don't understand. No, I hate ham cheese and I hate bacon cheese. That's horrible. Shrimp cheese is the only good thing.
Is that an objection?
Yes, it is. I apologize.
All right, rephrase, sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
Okay. And could you just tell me what the date on that email?
The only gluten-free I have made so far is, if you go back, I made some coconut tops. That's the only gluten-free stuff I have in my repertoire, and meringues.
Alice.
Yeah, triple-double hearsay is what he said.
Friday, April 17th, 2020.
And that's an email that Katie sent to you. It's a screenshot, is that correct?
Screenshot, correct.
And after you read that email, did you receive another text message from Katie, or did you have a conversation with her regarding the substance of that email?
I don't remember.
Do you remember discussing the email with Katie?
Yes.
Do you remember discussing the reconciliation with Katie?
Yes.
And what were her feelings on reconciling with the defendant in April of 2020?
Overruled. Answer?
Yes, please.
She wanted to get back together so the children have a stable place to be in.
On May 8th of 2020, did the defendant return from Florida?
So she was trying to hook up with the dentist. She was kind of separated from her husband, but still he came over for dinner, and now she wants to go back to her first husband. And again, kids doesn't save relationships, and you don't give kids a stable relationship if the parents don't mix.
Yes.
What was your understanding of why he was coming back?
Sustained in that form.
How did he get back from Florida?
If he knows.
He drove.
Did you have any part in that?
Yes, I drove Katie to New York and dropped her off, and she drove back with him.
Who else was in the car when you drove Katie to New York?
My 3 children.
When you dropped Katie off in New York, did you see the defendant?
Yes.
And at that point, is it your understanding that Katie and the defendant continued to drive back to Massachusetts from New York?
Yes.
Where did he stay when he got back, if you know?
Don't know.
Prior to the defendant coming back to Massachusetts on May 8th of 2020, did you have any conversations with Katie regarding where the defendant would stay when he returned to Massachusetts?
Objection.
Overruled.
She asked me if he could stay at, I have a 2-family apartment. She asked me if he could stay there. I said it was rented and he couldn't.
Were there any other conversations you had about where the defendant could stay once he returned to Massachusetts in May of 2020?
Objection.
Overruled.
One of her possibilities was staying at her mother's condo in Belmont.
So Katie was actively looking...
That was empty.
That was empty. I'm sorry to interrupt. So Katie was actively looking for places for the defendant to stay.
Yes.
Turning your attention to May 15th of 2020, do you remember that day?
Hey, Katie.
Say the date again, please.
May 15th of 2020?
Yes, I do.
What happened on that day?
I believe I got a phone call, phone call from one of her friends.
Do you remember that friend's name?
No, I don't.
As a result of that phone call, what did you do?
I called her phone several times. I called the children. And then I called that hotel that I received the name from that friend.
Okay. When you say that you called her cell phone several times, who do you mean?
Katie's cell phone.
Did you receive any answer?
No answer.
You stated that you contacted your children?
Yes.
Were you able to speak with them?
Yes, I did.
You also stated that you contacted the hotel?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak with somebody at the hotel?
Yes, I did.
After making all of those phone calls, what did you do?
I drove to that hotel.
What happened when you got to the hotel?
I saw an ambulance taking Harry out on a stretcher.
Then what did you do?
I drove to Dover to where my children were.
Did you enter the house?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go in the house?
Went into the kitchen and then up to the kids' rooms.
Who was in the house when you entered the house?
My 3 children.
Where were they located when you first went into the house, if you can remember?
I don't remember where they were. I yelled out to them and they came to me.
You stated that you went up to their bedrooms?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of the floor when you were in the house on May 15th of 2020?
Yes, I saw some black dots that were on the floor that looked weird.
Had you seen them before when you had been in the house?
Never.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place Exhibit 195 on the screen?
Exhibits, finally.
Looking at Exhibit 195, can you please explain to the jurors what those are?
I don't know what they were. They were just black dots that were in a pattern on her wooden floor that was in the same pattern every so many inches or feet or wherever they were.
So when you say the same pattern, do you mean those
Two dots.
2 dots next to each other?
Yeah, then it went a blank space, another 2 dots, a blank space, another 2 dots.
And where did you see these black dots?
Through the kitchen floor.
Anywhere else in the home?
If you go into the kitchen floor, their foyer, up to where the stairs were.
Did you see them in the upstairs hallway?
I didn't see them upstairs. I didn't remember seeing them upstairs.
So the first time you saw these black dots was on May 15th of 2020 when you entered the kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
And they continued as you were walking up the stairs to your children's bedrooms?
Yes.
I have
Did
no
they
further
test them?
questions.
Was it blood? He's a cop. I thought they said trooper.
So, Walter, District Attorney asked you a question about Harry living somewhere, and you mentioned something about Belmont, right?
Excuse me?
You mentioned something about her empty place in Belmont.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in fact, sir, you had exchanged text messages with her, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And she told you that Harry was coming back from Florida at the end of the week, back in May of 2020, right?
Yes, she did.
She indicated that he needed a place to quarantine for 2 weeks, right?
Yes, she did.
She indicated that she wanted him to go to her mom's empty place in Belmont, but my family's being hard about it, is what she told you, right?
Don't remember exactly what she said, but she was asking about staying there.
Okay, but her family was being hard about it. You know, she told you that much.
Yes.
Didn't want her to, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And she said, I don't understand why, because the place is empty, right?
Yes.
A couple of times said, I don't understand what the problem is. So when, like a timeline,
No, he just noticed the black dots. They didn't say what it was.
did you get divorced from Miss McLean?
I got divorced in 2017.
Okay. And then she was remarried again, correct?
I believe so.
You believe so?
I'd never seen it. Yes.
There's a guy by the name of Chris Foley, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when she married Chris Foley?
No.
Did your 3 children live with her and Chris Foley?
Yes.
And how long were your children living with her and Chris Foley?
I don't know.
Was it more than a year?
Yes.
Didn't they split up in 2011 and they didn't get divorced till 2017? Oh, it's mascara. Okay, thank you, Nursey Dog Mom. That's just... Again, Jamie isn't here because of her strict, I don't go on panels, on channels where Valhalla has been within the 24 hours. But does mascara just drop off like that?
And then she got divorced from Chris Foley, correct?
Yes.
And she, to your observation, her state of mind was that she didn't get along very well with Chris Foley, correct?
Sustained.
So when was it? Because you told the jury that it was 2020 that you knew that she and her children were living with.
In Denmark, you just go on a website and said, I want to get divorced, and the other person just signs it, and then you're divorced, and then you'll fight over the kids later.
With Harry, right? 2001, right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. If I suggest to you, sir, that in fact, it was 2017 that Harry and Miss McLean met online, and it was in March of 2018 that Kathleen and your 3 children moved into Harry's home. March of 2018. 2 years before you're telling this jury you knew that he was taking care of them in his house.
Their dates, I don't know.
Of course, it's understandable. So let me ask it like this. Do you recall that your 3 children, for a chunk of time, from March of 2018 until, let's say, December of 2019, were living in Dover, in Harry's house with Harry.
I don't know the exact dates that she moved.
Understandable, and you don't have to know the exact dates. I just want to make sure that it's understood that well prior to 2020, you knew that your children and Ms. McLean were living with her boyfriend, Harry.
Yes.
No. Yes.
Yes.
And you didn't see them during that period of time either, did you?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Can I approach Sidebar?
Sustained in the form.
All right, I'll try another one. When Harry had his house that you're...
But only drops? That's the part I don't get, that it's only drops. I could understand if there was a smear. But just drops. But again, I only use waterproof mascara when I dress up.
Ex-wife was living in with your 3 children for that period of time, 2019 up until 2000, December of 19, when you got married. You had not visited with your children.
Yes, I have.
Sorry?
Yes, I do. Yes, I
Where
did.
you visit with them?
I went to their house and picked them up and brought them to my house.
Went to what house?
The house that she was living in Dover.
So, and you weren't allowed in the house. You had to park out on the street.
At a park in the street, yes, sir.
All right, one second. Sustained. Rephrase it, please, and just wait for an objection.
Sorry.
Thank you. Can you ask the question again, Mr. Reddington, please?
You had to park out on the street, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you'd park out on the street to pick up your kids. And would you agree with me, sir, that before the pandemic, shall we say, that you and Ms. McLean were not getting along? Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you suggest, sir, that you were angry because Ms. McLean
Hey, when these bad boys are out there working the grift, they are looking good. Jamie is so jealous.
was allowing Chris? She's objecting.
Objection.
All right, ask the question. Don't answer until there's an objection, sir.
Well, you were upset that she was allowing Chris Foley to stay in Harry's house, weren't you, during the pandemic?
Okay, that's sustained.
She didn't. Okay. So during this period of time, sir, during the pandemic, you would agree with me that you had issues, if you will, with Kathleen McLean, correct?
Objection.
Chat, please agree to disagree and stop trying to change other people's minds. It never works anyway.
Overall, just a yes or no.
Is that right?
Repeat the question?
Yeah, you had issues with Ms. McLean during that period of time that your children was living with Harry, right?
No.
Can you just
No?
specify Mr. Reddington, can you specify the dates, please?
The actual dates, okay?
The dates that you're
So-
referring to when you say period of time.
So in December of 19, they get married, right?
Yeah.
You knew they got married.
Yes.
She told you they get married, right?
Yes.
And you didn't like that, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you paying child support?
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach Sidebar?
Yes.
Do all judges in Massachusetts direct their attorneys on questions? Weird. No, it was sustained to the form of the question. So he didn't uphold an objection, but he said changed how to ask it, which is okay. Was that the jury that he was filming? Is it 11 o'clock? It is 11 o'clock. Normally, morning break is around this time. 74% as mean as Jamie. Yeah. I did swing my pimp cane. Well, is he lying because of something? Again, it's his job. It's his job. It's his job. And sorry, I was typing, but I had one of those anti-Karen Reed people saying that, well, the defense team lied to Bev. And said, yeah, so did Lally and so did Brennan. No, Alan Jackson lied. Why are they never wanting the same justice?
So you knew after they got married, you knew prior to the time they got married, that your children were living in that house with Ms. McLean and Harry Tuerk, right?
Yes.
Yes. And you knew that, for example, as counsel has already elicited or brought out, that your son Sam has certain issues that require IEPs in the school and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
A lot of intensive attention, correct?
Yes.
You never went to one meeting in the school at all regarding your son's condition, did you?
Sustained.
Did you know, sir, that Harry would go to the meetings for your son?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever take your kid out in a car, your daughter, and teach her how to drive a car?
Objection.
Sustained.
You know that you did?
Objection.
Sustained. How old were they at the time?
Sustained, sir.
Objection.
The objection's sustained. You don't answer that.
So, the police talk with you, and they, at some point, did they ask you for your phone so they could see if you had text messages with Kathleen McLean?
No, sir.
Did they ever even look at your phone?
No.
Now, you know that in December of 2000,
Well, he was there for about 2 hours, and we never saw the bolos. But apparently, I should just DM ladies, hey, show me your bolos. So the next time I'm drunk, I'll text you to show me the bolos.
19,
He didn't get to see them anyway, but still, that's the way to talk to ladies.
that Harry and Ms. McLean had gotten married, right? Or thereabouts.
Thereabouts, yes.
And they were married for about 4 months, 5 months, right?
I guess so.
And at some point, they got divorced, right? Or they were in the process of trying to get divorced, right?
I guess so.
You guess so. During that period of time, sir, did you have occasion to go, when he's out of the house, you knew he was out of the house at some point, right?
Yes, I did.
You knew that he had, she got a restraining order against him, and he had to leave his home in February 2020, right?
Yes.
Now, would you agree with me, sir, that your relationship was strained using that term? He's objecting.
Objection.
Ask the question. Ask the question. Wait 1 second.
Okay? That your relationship with Harry Tuerk as the husband of Ms. McLean was strained. Would you agree with that, sir?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Kathleen McLean called the police on you on a number of times.
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to approach the sidebar.
Sustained. So you are to disregard. So the issue is.
So the jury is sent out, and now it's...
So the issue is post-2020, post-January of 2020. That's the time period we're talking about?
No, the issue, Your Honor, would be May 4th of 2019, October 29th of 2019, May 5 of 2019, June 14th of 2019, And, yeah, so that would be the time frame.
What is the proffer? What are you seeking to elicit from this witness?
And he stepped out?
The proffer is the bias. that-
1 second. Has he stepped out? Okay, go ahead.
The proffer, Your Honor, is the bias that clearly I'm entitled to explore with this witness as it relates to, for example, May 4th of 2019, the Dover Police Department received a phone call. Kathleen McLean found a threatening letter on the front door of her and Ingolf Tuerk, and they obtained the letter. Kathleen McLean was very scared, and Kathleen McLean indicated that she was concerned for her safety as she had issues in her past where her house was broken into, said that her ex-husband, she had an ex-husband, meaning the cop, asked if this could be him. They both stated no. Kathleen asked if we could fingerprint the document. I explained the surface, said there was any alarms in the video surveillance. They answered that they're going to be getting video surveillance. In May 5 of 2019,
So
Kathleen,
that was one incident.
that's the first incident I just wanted to reference to the court where they were.
Let's go through the incidents one at a time. Ms. McLaughlin?
Your Honor, the May 4th incident that he's talking about specifically in the police report stated, she stated that she had an ex-husband, so I asked if this could be him, and they both stated no, meaning the victim and the defendant. So I don't know how that's relevant, considering they both stated that it could not be. Furthermore, they had the letter fingerprinted, and there were no fingerprints found on it, and he was never considered a suspect in that matter. So I don't believe it's relevant at all.
So
why is that relevant, Mr.?
Yeah, I think he's making the witnesses more hostile, seeming that they are, because he asked in a very convoluted way.
So my point, Your Honor, is that I'm not looking to suggest that Mr. Rocha is the one that wrote the note or left the note, but I want to show their state of mind that both Kathleen and Harry were obviously of high.
People are talking about it being Laura McLaughlin on day one, and I believe they said it's not. But I'm really bad with faces, so I don't know.
Heightened awareness, if you will, and we're in fear, and we're concerned enough that she called the police. That's it, on that May, what is that dated, May 4th.
There's
Oh,
no
it is
indication that she called the police with respect to your client, correct?
No, my client was one of the ones that was a victim.
So why is it relevant?
Because it shows their state of mind, that they were concerned that there was a note that had been left on their door.
How does it have anything to do with this witness?
So that the objection to that incident is sustained.
May 5 of 2019. They take a report from a resident on suspicious activity. Resident.
This is, when you say that, you're talking about the Dover Police?
I'm looking at the police department. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. Dover Police Department, on May 5 of 2019, Detective.
But why would McLaughlin be in another trial? She has jury selection tomorrow. I know she doesn't do anything other than just sit there and look, but still.
Chason, Chaisson, took a report regarding the fact that Mr. Rocha had sent a text to Kathleen McLean indicating that he, Rocha, knew that Tuerk has handguns, whatever that has to do with anything. He had a license to carry, license was valid, and he had firearms that he had purchased legitimately and were kept in a gun safe under lock and key. They were very concerned over the fact that meaning Rocha, would send this text. McLean states that Rocha has many law enforcement connections and a tendency of getting out of serious trouble in the past. She then made reference to the fact that she's been a victim of domestic violence from Mr. Rocha, which I understand has been excluded by you. I can't get into that, and I would not attempt to. That he's been the subject of civil restraining orders in 2011, 2013. I understand that's been excluded. I won't get into that. It appears the last order, this is the police report, last order expired in 2015. Detective Chason asked McLean if she was in fear at this time. At that point, she was not in fear. They advised she could go to Dedham District Court, contact the department at any time she felt in fear. The main concern is how Rocha was basically stalking them and why he was getting access to information that would normally not be subject to public purview.
So this is a text sent by whom?
It's not her.
No, Ms. McLean had reached out to the police because they were concerned, I'm sorry, a text sent by Roca to McLean and Harry regarding his purchase of handguns, that he knew that he had handguns, is what it says.
This is a text that Mr. Roca sent
Yes.
to Katie McLean?
To Kate McLean, and she was concerned about that, yep. I don't know why the guy's sending her a text.
Your Honor, there is no text, first of all, on the police report or any that we have found. It is a phone call that Ms. McLean made to the Dover police.
Could I respectfully interrupt? I apologize.
It's the large courtroom. It's not the same they use at the can read. It's the one where you can't see the witnesses.
My sister, it says right in the police report, received a text from her ex-husband, Stephen Roca.
But we don't have the text.
I don't care you have the text, it's still a police
Let
report.
her finish, Mr.
It
Reddington.
is a conversation that Ms. McLean had with the Dover Police Department stating that the defendant had purchased handguns from the Bass Pro Shop and that she had received a text message from the witness, Mr. Roca, stating he has handguns or asking something about the handguns, and they wanted to know how the witness, Mr. Roca, would be able to get that information, and that was the concern. I don't think this is relevant. I also think it's opening a door to the defendant owning guns. There was a 209A restraining order that we heard about. Sergeant Wilcox was the one who testified about the restraining order. The Commonwealth did not bring in that the Dover police confiscated multiple guns in February of 2020, and that the defendant no longer had access to guns on May 15th of 2020 when he strangled his wife. So, Your Honor, I think we're getting into a situation where we're going to be eliciting testimony that the defendant had access to handguns in May of 2019. Then they were confiscated in February of 2020 when the restraining order was issued, and he never received them back. I'm not sure how Mr. Roca getting the information about the defendant having handguns is relevant to any of the issues in this case. And I would ask that you not allow that testimony.
So no, my objection.
Okay, the objection is noted. That's, the objection is sustained and the objection is noted.
June 14th, 2019, Kathleen McLean called the police in Dover Police Department that she had concerns about Mr. Roca, that he was acting erratically, that he was basically causing her significant concern, that he was challenging the custody of their children. And she explained that she had sole custody, and then, of course, she gets into his being physically abusive to her, which I understand I can't get into, the restraining orders, which I won't get into. While on the phone with her, Roca called the police department looking to speak to an officer. Roca indicated that he was upset because he wanted to go see his children. She didn't want him to see the children. He was supposed to stay away. He didn't stay away. Roca ended up, or they saw, 1752, 522, Sergeant Menace was checking the neighborhood, observed the vehicle.
Wasn't the friendless firefighter also named McLaughlin? The one who had to borrow other girl's boyfriend to put her arm around?
In the area of the house, registered to John Roca, whoever that is. He then made contact with the operator, who identified as Stephen Roca. At the same time, Kathleen again called the station to report that Stephen was outside her house and that she was obviously concerned. June 14th, 2019, at 5:05, she calls the station, states that Roca is coming to her house. She obviously was concerned about him coming to the house. The police saw the vehicle there. They pull up behind Roca, argue with Roca about he's there to pick up his children. They have this argument. They have a problem in that regard. And then Roca did not agree with the interpretation and ultimately left the area.
Your Honor.
Shows his bias.
His bias because he was going to pick up his children? I'm not sure.
It shows his bias because every time the guy moves, Kathleen McLean's calling up the police and lying about the guy or exaggerating about the guy or trying to get orders against him.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Your Honor, this is exactly the type of information that the Commonwealth's motion in limine dealt with. It was all bad acts. There was no time frame on it regarding probate court matters, civil matters, anything having to do with the witness and the alleged victim, and it has no relevance into the matter at issue, which is whether or not the defendant killed his wife.
All right, so it's sustained with respect to any specifics about the calls to the police department, et cetera. If you want to elicit from him that he would sometimes go and pick up his kids and there would be issues in a general sense, you can elicit that, but nothing further than that.
What does that mean? What am I supposed to ask him about? What's a general sense? The fact that the fact that she calls the police on him is what's causing, obviously, an inference that he would have an issue with either her or with him. It goes to his bias. But if you're letting me ask him in a general way, I don't know what that means. I have to ask him.
And ask him if there were issues sometimes when he went to pick up his kids and leave it at that. I don't see why the specifics are relevant and why police involvement is relevant. You asked him where would he go pick up his kids for different periods of time. He answered the Dover house. So to the extent you want to generally elicit that there was some issues, you may.
All right, no my objection to your ruling, and I'll ask him that and try to adhere to the court's limitations. I'd like to revisit the issue that I tried to get into evidence that was excluded by Your Honor as it relates to the argument that they had in 2020 where Roca was upset at the fact that Chris Foley, the ex-husband, had been hanging out at Harry's Dover house, and I'm quoting from a text, "I was not yelling at you. The concern in my voice is that it's being taken. I'm yelling. It's not yelling. It's concern. If I find out that Chris is at your house again, I'm going to call Debbie from DSS and explain the situation. You're not putting the children's safety first and having him come to your house and exposing them again. That's why the governor has a stay-at-home shutdown order, and they're not going to and they're not going to go to school order, I believe is what it means. And I would have figured you would have got that. I think that, again, goes to the issue of his state of mind and bias as it relates to, and also showing that
I think he said he was a
this
trial
guy, Chris
prosecutor
Foley, had been
earlier.
in the house as well. Well, Harry's not
I
there.
don't know what relevance that has to do
Of
with.
course not.
Okay, sustained. That is excluded. Anything else at this time?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
And,
Not for me, I get enough, thank you.
all right, why don't we take
What, if any, relevance does it have that he had a contentious? If you can keep it between you and I'm divorced. My ex-wife and I didn't always see eye to eye on every single issue, and there might have been times where very small things became very big because someone was having a bad day and just wanted to scream. But what does that have to do with someone force choking someone for a second? Yeah, I know it doesn't make him a bad witness that he instituted a wellness check. It's not like he have said anything that really goes to the character of Ingolf, so he needs to say, well, you're just bad-mouthing him, because he didn't. So why have we wasted so much time to talk about you didn't like your ex-wife? Hands up for those who has been divorced and at some points after that divorce have had rough periods with their ex where they don't see eye to eye. Let's find out what a Smeg's life like a soap opera is, because 56% says it's because it's full of drama, 18% says the plot is thin, 17% says the female lead dies. It has a loud laugh track, only 7%. I thought that was a funny one I made, but apparently not. Yeah, and when my kids turned 18, now I only have to see her at family gatherings for a couple of hours, and I'll do the penguins from Madagascar thing. Just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. I'm married 40 years, and it's all peaches and cream. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, Amanda from Wales. Yeah, you're a little late, but you were up early this morning, so did you fall asleep? finally did my dulce voice put you to sleep, beat the insomnia? What is it with these prosecutors and the what if any? I don't know if it's something they learn in law school or they hear it somewhere and think, oh, that sounds really intelligent, and it kind of broadens so you can get a little bit more of an answer in there. I don't know. It sounds annoying. Maybe it's because I sat through 10 weeks of what if any snow was at the scene? Who, if any, was driving the ambulance? What, if any, music did the band play? What, if any, children do you have? Well, yeah, that's a bonus. 10:30. I was doing. I just arrived at the gym, so I was doing leg press at that time. We're taught better than that. At least I was. Well, you went to the same school as Brennan teaches at, so. It is to avoid objection on leading. Well, I know Elaine, was it Elaine, tried to think that I said what if any, but still, if you start leading after that, it's not a magical catch-all. Again, But again, it can still be leading if you said, what if any text messages did you send about how you saw the witness do that? It's still a leading question. That's what Eileen found out in the AHJD case. Well, it's better to work on your truck than work on her. Yeah, I loved it when she was just looking up and said, I'm trying, Your Honor. No guarantees. No, because he admitted during the opening statements that he just did like this for maybe a brief second, and then she just keeled over, was dead. I think Dr. Ingolf didn't know that his midichloridian count was so high that he could force choke like Darth Vader, and it was just an accident. What he's trying to do is talk it down to a manslaughter. And that's why I don't get why he's spending so much time that she's banging God and everybody. Because, yeah, you can say, well, she wasn't trying, she was just kind of stringing him on and trying to use him for his money or whatever. And that's why it's a crime of passion, Your Honor. It's not a planned red rum. But I just think it's the wrong way to go about it. So what if she was getting piped down by 4, 5, 6, 7 other guys? We know he was on Tinder, Twitter, wherever he was looking for ladies as well. Again, just because you're a hussy, male or female, we don't judge on this panel. I have a kissing booth helmet, so who am I to judge? It doesn't make it okay to unalive you. So I just don't get his tactics, and maybe it's because we're very new to it, but his tactic just doesn't line up with his opening statements. Because I wouldn't care about these witnesses. It has nothing to do with, other than you can say, well, she was just stringing him along. But I didn't get that from his questioning of the witnesses. It takes up to 10 minutes for a hand necklace to work fully. Yeah, well, unless you crush the windpipe. But who am I to know? Again, not every Friday ends like that. But it's not just it, like they said in the opening. And as she said, this man's hands have saved hundreds of lives and only taken one. It's called a plea deal. Yeah, they should have offered He should have said, if you go down to 15 years for manslaughter, I'll plea. But again, that would be a life sentence for him as well. So he could probably just say, well, F it, I'll take my chances. Yeah, but it's not working, because all of us is just sitting here and saying, you're just bad-mouthing the victim. And yeah, I know he has to paint her in a bad light because he's going to say, well, she kind of made him do it. But still, we've seen it in case after case after case. They try and paint the victim as someone who deserved it, and it never really works. We saw it in the Ashley Benefield trial. We saw it in, seen it in this trial. We saw it in, what's the case I'm thinking about? We saw it in the fire pit case. Laurie Shaver, I think it was. We saw it in. Okay, well, they're trying to do that where they're saying, well, someone needs a little killing sometime. Come on now, Marissa. Someone knows how to get around the YouTube words. It's absolutely 100% okay to be a hussy. It's 100% okay to be a gold digger. I don't judge you as long as it's consensual and age appropriate. Then you do whatever you want. I don't care. You can be a furry in a fur pile or whatever they call it when they are all groping. I wouldn't participate, but if that rocks your boat, go for it. If you like to, I know Zach isn't here today, but he likes to dress up like Heidi. If any of you are for Europe, you know Heidi, the Mädchen from the Berge, the girl from the mountains. He likes to dress up like her and be spanked. Again, it's weird, but if he likes it and he pays that lady to do it, it's fine. It's not. I'm not here to judge you. Whatever you like, as long as it's legal, consensual, and age appropriate. Were the charges over the top, premeditation involved? No, I don't think they were over the top, because again, they were drunk and got into a fight. So yeah, could say heat of the moment, but still, there's also some bad blood between them. Yeah, because she chose him because he had money. It's, again, I have a hard time believing all of these millionaires and billionaires really think that 19-year-old, very, very hot females really love a wrinkly old 80-year-old man, that it's true love. I have a hard time believing they can be that stupid. Upside Pineapple Crew is cool too. I don't know what that is. I know everyone's talking about it. I don't know what an upside. I don't know. You like to reenact Benny Hill shows, so just chasing around women and never catching them. Again, if it's legal and she says, okay, you can run after me playing the Benny Hill theme, I am all... Cardio is good for the heart. Putting rocks in her pants and dropping her in a pond, yes, that shows that he must have had some conscience about it.
Sidebar, please.
Even if they say, well, it was fight or flight.
Mr. Reddington.
He strangled her before. Oh, I don't do the deep dives beforehand. I just watch the case when it comes up. So I would say if that comes into the case, that's probably going to be a big problem. He did confess to unalive her, so third-party culprit won't be used in this case. And it's not like when all the Smurfs say, well, Karen Reed confessed, I hit him. No, she didn't. This guy did go out, had a break, came back in and said to the police, yeah, I might have strangulated her a little bit. Come on now. Oh, swingers. Again, if it floats your boat, I just never... It's not my thing. I am a one woman, two boobies kind of guy. Of course you did, Marissa. Well, if Zach doesn't agree, he could just say no in chat. I didn't see anything, so you all know from now on that Zach likes to dress up like Heidi der Middel from the Berge. No, it has to be an upside-down pineapple, because I believe Legal Vices had a Hawaii shirt with pineapples on, and some of them were upside down. So I just know everyone was saying, look at the upside down pineapple. I didn't know why. If it's upside down, then maybe they'll ring your door tomorrow. Of course you did. Of course you did, Danny. Well, they do say that there are more STDs in retirement homes than schools. Good morning, Plola.
You want to get the witness back, or should we wait?
Sure, can we get the witness?
Yeah.
Until the jury comes in and then recalling the witness.
Sure.
Just had an issue in another trial.
Okay. So,
Hey, Tash. Maybe he would have some fun. You rob him of his opportunity to swing a swing. Swing high, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. We haven't had a medical examiner. He described it like this, which isn't enough. That's why I'm saying he must have more metachloridians in his blood than Anakin had, because he just force choked her. Crispy, now the party can start. We're talking swingers, and here you are. Sorry, Crispy. Yeah. Don't use mesh body sponges on your car antenna unless you're looking. What the hell kind of... I'm too old. I don't know any of these signals.
we can check on the 7th, 8th, and 9th about potentially using those as full days.
7th, 8th, and 9th. That's Monday, Tuesday,
7th, 8th,
Wednesday
and
next
9th?
week.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Works for the Commonwealth as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Jurors entering, all rise.
And the revised witness list in the Karen Reed case has just come out, combined 150 witnesses. Let's hope they'll cut it right down like last time.
Sure. Keep your voice up for me, please. Thank you.
As it stands now, Your Honor, then I have no further questions for this witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
You got it okay? Thank you.
Detective Gonski, please.
Can you say the last name again, please?
Gonski, Gonski.
Chief?
Yes, sir. Just watch your step. If you're going to raise your right hand and face the clerk on the right, thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Just going to keep your voice up for me, okay?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
Well, I would be too, because he was trying to really get into all of that, that she was, again, he wants to paint her with the B brush. B is for witch spelled differently, if you catch my drift. And he wasn't allowed to do that. And I'll be taking a short bio break.
All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name?
Deborah Gonski, Deborahgonski.
And how are you employed?
With the Dedham Police Department,
How long have you been with the Dedham Police Department?
approximately 13 and a half years.
And what's your current rank?
Detective,
How long have you been a detective?
10 years.
And in connection with being a detective, what are your responsibilities?
Any incidents that require further investigation?
Directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, did you have the opportunity to respond to the Residence Inn in Dedham?
Yes, I did.
And when you first arrived at the Residence Inn, where did you go?
Initially, I was in the parking lot.
Okay. And who did you speak with, if anyone, in the parking lot?
I spoke to Officer Ellis and Mr. Stephen Roca.
And about how long did you spend in the parking lot?
Just a few minutes.
Okay. Do you know about what time it was?
10:42 a.m.
And when you met with Mr. Roca, did he show you anything?
He did. He showed me a text message.
Okay. May I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 1. You just look at that first message on there.
Yes,
Do you recognize that text message?
I do.
What is that?
That's the text message that Mr. Roca displayed to me on his cell phone.
All right, you can just close that, thanks. And when you were in the parking lot, was Dr. Tuerk there?
He was already in the ambulance at that time.
Okay. And so what, if anything, did you do next?
I went up to room 228 with Officer Ellis and Officer Katie.
And when you went to room 228, generally, what did you see?
So I reviewed the room as it was. I photographed the room to document as it was, how we found it. I did note there was a small kitchen table in the kitchenette that had several items on top of it.
Okay. And you said that you took photographs yourself?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If I could move through those at this time, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I just shut off the lights?
Yes.
I'll get it.
These are already marked.
These are already marked into evidence. If we could start with Exhibit 5, please, Ms. Gilman.
Exhibits. Finally, something to show. I like a good exhibit. It makes it easier to understand. Yeah, full screen it. Come on now.
Do you recognize what's in Exhibit 5?
Yes, this is the hotel room from the exterior.
All right. And is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
All right. And could I have Exhibit 6, please?
I agree, Brendan.
And do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is the kitchen table.
Okay. And there's a syringe on that table. Did you learn that people treating from Fallon Ambulance treating Dr. Tuerk had used syringes?
They did not.
Did they administer Narcan?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And exhibit number 7,
No.
please. What's contained in that photograph?
So there is, this is low dose aspirin that had been dumped out by the paramedics just to confirm that's what was in the bottle was what was supposed to be. And then there's a kitchen knife with a small amount of dried blood on the tip.
Okay. And could we have exhibit number 8, please? And what is that?
Apple iPhone belonging to Mr. Tuerk.
Okay. And did you do anything in connection with the phone that's shown in exhibit number 8?
I seized the phone.
Okay. And can we have exhibit number 9, please?
Narcan is a little clippity clip thing you put in the nose and spray it into the nose. You can go on YouTube and see how it is given, because a lot of officers who raid cars where they have fentanyl in them has to get Narcan after.
Please. What can be seen in exhibit number 9?
This is the desk area in the room, and there's just some miscellaneous items on there.
Okay. Exhibit number 10, please. What's in exhibit number 10?
This is the bed.
And is this how the bed appeared when you were in room 228 on the 15th?
Yes.
Okay. Could we have exhibit number 12? And what's contained in exhibit number 12?
This is the nightstand to the right of the bed. There's some water, some miscellaneous items, and a half-empty bottle of, I believe it was scotch.
Okay. And can we have exhibit number 13, please?
Looks like Jameson.
And what's contained in exhibit 13?
So this is a photo from the parking lot. This is Mr. Tuerk's vehicle.
Okay. And did you observe this vehicle parked in this manner on May 15th?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Could we
No.
have exhibit 14, please? And what photograph is this?
This is the same vehicle from the rear depicting the license plate.
Could we have exhibit 15, please? And what is this?
The same vehicle from
It's
the
a
driver's side.
Mercedes.
Could we have exhibit 16? And what is contained in exhibit 16?
This is the white Jeep that's missing from outside Fairview 34. It's Can we just look at this car and remember that no one saw this car out there? Not Julie Nagel, not her brother, not the guy driving the car, not Karen Reed. No one saw a white Jeep placed in front of Fairview 34. Do you think this car would be something you missed out there in every single interview until court? When Higgins said, yeah, I parked my Jeep out there after I plowed the driveway with no snow on it because it's kind of a joke. Isn't that funny?
This is Miss McLean's Jeep Wrangler.
And is this parked in the manner in which you observed it on the 15th?
Yes, it is.
Right, could we have exhibit 17, please? What's contained in exhibit 17?
This is Miss McLean's Jeep Wrangler from the rear depicting the license plate.
Okay.
Hey, Laura.
Could we have exhibit 18, please?
You've been listening on your friend's TV. Oh. Well, say hi to your friend. Is it a male friend? Is it an upside-down pineapple friend? I learned a new thing today.
What is contained in Exhibit 18?
He lived in a hotel because of the coup and that he couldn't stay at the house.
This is Miss McLean's Jeep Wrangler from the driver's side.
And could we have Exhibit 19, please? And what's contained in Exhibit 19?
This is Miss McLean's Jeep Wrangler from the front.
Okay, could we have Exhibit 20, please? What's contained in Exhibit 20?
This is the passenger side of Miss McLean's Jeep Wrangler.
And what can be seen in that?
There's a kitchen steak knife with a black handle and an empty bottle of scotch.
So at the point that you took this photograph, where were you positioned, or how were you positioned?
I was standing outside of the passenger side of the vehicle. Both the windows had been left down and the items were in plain view.
And did you ever open the doors when you first responded to the residence in the morning of the 15th?
No.
Okay. Could have the lights back on, please? When you were at the Residence Inn, what, if anything, did you do with regard to surveillance at the hotel?
I went down to the front desk and I spoke to the front desk supervisor, George Cummins. He was able to pull up surveillance video from May 8th at the time that Mr. Tuerk.
It's internet chatter. Until you see anything, don't trust anything. That's I saw it yesterday too, and again, such many rumors, no facts. So I'll wait till the facts is out there.
Had checked into the hotel initially. He utilized that image to see what Mr. Tuerk looks like, and I had asked him if he could begin reviewing surveillance video from May 15th and from the day prior, May 14th, to attempt to gather Mr. Tuerk's whereabouts.
Okay. And was it your understanding that more video was going to be provided to investigators?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the information that you obtained and what you saw in the room, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked Officer Ellis if he can contact our dispatch and have our dispatch center ping Miss McLean's cell phone.
And what was the purpose of that?
The purpose is to locate the phone and thus hopefully locate Miss McLean.
Okay. And under what circumstances would you request a ping?
For an exigent circumstance, so an emergency circumstance.
Okay. And what, if anything, else did you do?
I responded back to the station, and at that time, I requested that our dispatch locate a K-9 unit to respond up to the Residence Inn to meet Officer Ellis to search the area around the hotel.
Okay. And what, if anything, else did you do?
I took a phone call from Miss McLean's sister, Beth Mellinson.
And what, if anything, else did you do?
I responded to the Norwood Hospital at approximately 2:15 p.m. with Detective Mahoney. We met at the time Sergeant Fanning, now Lieutenant Fanning.
And what,
Lieutenant
where
Fanning.
was Lieutenant Fanning or Sergeant Fanning, what law enforcement agency was he from?
With the Massachusetts State Police, the investigative unit out of the District Attorney's Office.
And why'd you go to Norwood Hospital?
To follow up with Mr. Tuerk's status.
Okay. Did you take any items with you to Norwood Hospital?
I took the cell phone with me.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do with that?
The phone was ultimately turned over to Lieutenant Fanning.
Okay.
Oh, Fanning is the right guy to give a phone. Maybe Trooper Garino. A woman is a person that's much smaller than a man. Needs to get... I don't know, Brendan. Again, I don't do politics.
And were you able to...
But I agree, women are way smarter than men. Because 85% of my audience are women.
To go into Norwood Hospital on the 15th?
Ultimately, we were.
Okay. And who, if anyone, did you speak with on the 15th?
We met with Ailish Wilkies, one of the directors from the hospital.
Okay. And did you meet with anybody else?
We met with a Matthew Lowry and a Tara Daub.
Okay. And anybody else?
Lieutenant Fanning, Detective Mahoney, We met in the family waiting room.
Okay. And were you able to meet with Mr. Tuerk or Dr. Tuerk on that day?
No.
Okay. And so after going to Norwood Hospital, where, if anywhere, did you go?
I responded to the area of 29 Valley Road, along with Detective Quigley, also from our department, to assist with a neighborhood canvass around Mr. Tuerk's residence.
And what's a canvas?
We checked the area for any possible surveillance video or doorbells with video
This is a
capability.
canvas.
Spoke to some of the residents to see if they had witnessed anything, heard anything,
And what was the purpose of that?
to see if there was any witnesses to anything that had occurred, possibly near or at the residence.
Okay. And about how long did you spend in Dover?
Couple hours.
Okay. Directing your attention to Saturday, May 16th. What, if anything, happened on that day?
I contacted Miss Wilkies at 8 a.m. for a status update on Mr. Tuerk.
Okay. And after speaking with Ms. Wilkie, what, if anything, did you do?
I responded to Norwood Hospital at approximately 10 a.m. along with Detective Poro, also of the Dedham Police Department, and Trooper Kukowski from the DA's office.
Okay. And were you able to go into Norwood Hospital on the 16th?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. Do you know about what time you were able to go into the hospital?
I recall that the interview began at approximately 5:20 p.m.
Okay. And what do you mean by the interview?
So we interviewed Mr. Tuerk in one of the family waiting rooms that we were situated in by Miss Wilkies.
And when you say we, who was present?
Myself and Trooper Kukowski.
Okay.
Well, at least she's not like Kurt just saying, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. How do you breathe? Yeah, it's good for Brandy. I hope she gets a massive success.
May I approach?
You may.
I'll trade binders with you. And I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 280. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the Miranda rights that was read to Mr. Tuerk.
Okay. And is your signature on that form?
It is.
Okay. And is there a date and time?
There is.
And what's the date and time?
May 16th, 2020, and the time is 5:21 p.m.
Okay. And how were you and Trooper Kutkowski dressed?
I believe Trooper Kukowski was in a suit and I was in regular plain clothes.
Okay. And what about Detective Poro? Did he come with you into the hospital?
He did, yes.
Okay. And how was he dressed?
Plain clothes.
And is it fair to say that you were in the interview for the first portion of the interview?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time period that you were in the interview, were you ever concerned that the defendant didn't understand anything that you were saying or Trooper Kutkowski was saying?
No.
Did you have the opportunity to observe Dr. Tuerk moving?
Yes.
In what way did you see him moving?
Initially, prior to the interview, he walked out from the wing his room was located in and walked into the family waiting room to meet with us.
Did he require any assistance?
No.
And during the interview, where was he seated?
He was positioned with his back to the door to the family waiting room.
Okay. And did he ever require any assistance in his chair?
No.
Was it just a regular chair?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in the interview, was there a break?
There was, yes.
And what happened during that break?
Mr. Tuerk asked to take a break. It was approximately 45 minutes.
The break was 45 minutes?
Yes.
And what happened during that break?
He walked back to the area of his room.
Okay. And did you or any other police officer go with him?
No.
And how did the interview resume?
Mr. Tuerk returned back to the family waiting room.
Okay. And
Yeah, we had that first witness who constantly tried to tell a story, and then we had Kurt who never answered the question. I like this. It's straight to the point. Exactly. Who needs the sub when Nightbot is just here to... But I still need my mods to activate Nightbot now and again.
What happened at that point with you?
I remained in the hallway.
Okay, and could Dr. Tuerk see you during the time period that you were in the hallway?
No.
And could you hear what was going on in the room?
No, I could not.
Okay. After the break, who was in the interview?
It was Trooper Kukowski and Detective Porro.
Okay. After Saturday the 16th, what was your involvement with the investigation?
There was no further involvement from myself as the jurisdiction fell on Dover and the state police.
And what do you
That's
mean
why I
by
have Brendan
jurisdiction?
That the crime had occurred, alleged crime had occurred in Dover.
Okay. Your Honor, could we approach?
Yes.
That's Brendan's job. Every time Brendan says anything, Nightbot says, "Oh, I better remind everyone to subscribe and like and all of that." I don't do anything. Haven't you listened to Jamie? I'm a lazy bum who's lucky that she comes around now and again. But she doesn't even want to hang out here because I have Valhalla on.
The needle that you saw in the photograph just a moment ago, that was a needle, the parties stipulate, that was used to administer Narcan to the defendant and then left by the EMTs on that table that you saw. Okay? Thank you.
Oh, so the Narcan was in the syringe? I've never seen Narcan in syringes. I've only seen them in those little pss, pss, pss.
Further questions at this time, Your Honor?
Good afternoon.
So I understand you're a detective, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been a detective for about, what, 8 years, 9 years?
10 years?
10 years. And that would be in the town of Dedham, or the city of Dedham, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you do when you're a detective, obviously, is you detect things. You investigate, and you're looking for potential evidence and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
You want to keep an open mind at all times, right? Would you agree with me that you mentioned on a number of occasions, could I have Exhibit 17, please?
The question is more, what is Val? Chet looks like a modern version. Well,
Now, you referenced this
Nightbot,
motor vehicle, the
is a
Jeep,
little
as
accent.
being Miss McLean's Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Can I have 18, please?
show us the evidence.
Now, looking at Exhibit 18, you would agree that what you refer to as Miss McLean's Jeep is a white Jeep, and it's parked within the white lines, but it's pretty much far over, if you will, towards the correct?
Yes.
And you know now, in the course of your investigation of this case, that in fact it was not Miss McLean's Jeep, that it was Harry Turk's Jeep, right?
I was advised that it was Miss McLean's Jeep, but she drove.
Okay. In any event, did you know that in your investigation that Ms. McLean was living with, you can put the lights on, was living with Harry Turk in his house in Dover?
Yes.
Did you know that they were boyfriend and girlfriend for a period until they got married?
I didn't know how long they dated for before they got married.
Did you know they were married for about 4 or 5 months tops and then they got divorced, or they wanted to get a divorce?
No.
So when you're investigating the case and you see the white Jeep Wrangler parked in the parking lot, did you look inside that vehicle?
From the window.
Okay, so you really didn't open the door and look inside it, but,
No.
okay. You indicate that on the 15th, I believe, that you went to Norwood Hospital initially, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you could not meet with the defendant, is what you said, right?
That's correct.
Now, why could you not meet with the defendant?
Because he had still not woken up yet. He was still unresponsive as far as we were advised.
All right. And you know that when he was admitted to the hospital, that in fact, he was more than unresponsive, he was almost in a coma.
I don't know what state medically he was in, how severe or not.
All right. So as a police officer now, you know, even though you're in plain clothes, you still have the gun and the badge and all of that, right?
Yes.
And you're with the state police and you're going to the hospital to try to get a statement from him, right?
Yes.
And for example, one of the things you guys do is you tell people you have a right to remain silent, right?
Yes.
You have a right to an attorney.
Yes.
Can't afford one, we'll give you one.
Yes.
Can't, and if you want to stop talking, you stop anytime, right?
Right.
Those are Miranda warnings.
Right.
And the reason you do that is so the person, the citizen who's being questioned by the police officer is able to make, hopefully, a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver, right, of their rights.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the other issues is that of what's called voluntariness. In other words, is the person making a voluntary statement, not so much a legal statement with the Miranda, but a voluntary statement, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And one of the concerns that you have is, for example, whether or not somebody's impaired as a result of ingestion of drugs or ingestion of alcohol or mental illness or anything like that, right?
Yes.
So you as a police officer, a detective with your almost decade at the time of experience, a concern that when you're interrogating or questioning a person, as you were, that the person is able to make a voluntary statement to you, right?
Correct.
And in fact, you knew that Harry Tuerk was in the hospital, and when he was unresponsive, it was in fact because his blood alcohol level on admission was such that the Norwood Hospital doctors were concerned that it was attempted suicide by alcohol.
This is the first time I'm hearing of that.
Okay. Well, how about the fact that when you observed him in the hospital, did you have at any point have any concern or know anything about his blood alcohol level?
I never observed him in the hospital on the 15th, and I was never made aware of his blood alcohol content on the 15th.
I see, okay. So it was on Saturday, the 16th, at 8 o'clock in the morning, that you went to see him in the hospital, is that correct?
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
We arrived at 10 a.m., but we actually didn't see or communicate with Mr. Tuerk until closer to 5:20 is when the interview began.
Okay, so your initial effort on May 16th would be that you reached out to Ms. Wilkies, is that right?
Yes, I reached out to Ms. Wilkies at 8 a.m. for a status on Mr. Tuerk.
Excellent. And Ms. Wilkies advised you that he had actually woken up around 1 o'clock in the morning, is that correct?
That's correct.
And he was asking for water, right?
That's correct.
So you guys go over to speak with him in the hospital that morning, right?
Yes, we
went over
arrived.
to question him.
Yes, we arrived at about 10 a.m.
And I guess the questioning was in two parts where it was broken because he wanted to take a break and you guys were pretty good. No problem, let him take a break.
Yes, he requested a break.
Right, we have the medical records from Norwood Hospital certified, I believe. I'd like to offer those if I could.
We should approach.
Sure.
There's no objection.
But if she never knew about his blood alcohol level, what does it matter if, because she wasn't questioning him while he was drunk? I don't know. No, I don't. I just see some names sometimes and it pops into my head that you were hanging out with me at 4 a.m. your time this morning. So I was just hoping that you were getting some sleep. I'm really, really bad with names, but sometimes I'll remember the little pictures because they are like this big on my screen. So I'll just pick up on someone's. But again, all you lovely people are hanging out with me, so I should try and do a little bit more because I never do anything for my members or anything. And Brandon, he's flat out denied membership chats. Well, that's a Jamie decision. I have nothing to do with it. But I should.
When you were speaking with Harry, did you notice, I know the EMTs had been treating him, did you notice that he had all sorts of like linear cuts and scratches on his arms?
I didn't observe them myself.
No?
No.
Did you see any injuries on his arms or his legs or his torso at all?
I didn't. I wasn't looking for the injuries when we were interviewing him.
Okay.
I didn't see them myself.
How about his wrist? Did you see any cuts to his wrist when you were talking with him at all?
No.
Well, I remember yours because it's one of my favorite characters from that Christmas calendar. Arne, han er for cool. Arne Nukkagren.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I remember your last name, Baumeister, because it meant builder. Bob the Builder. Can we fix it? Bob the Builder. Yes, we can.
Colby Roy, please.
Well, Jamie got me as a guinea pig, so I have to stream just as much as Valhalla's goats have to be performing. And he's cheating because there's a lot of time he says baby goat stream and there's no baby goats on there. So I have sued him for false advertisement.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you. Just keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
All right, good morning, good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name?
It's Sergeant Colby Roy, first name Colby, last name Roy, ROY.
Okay. How are you employed, sir?
Currently by the Millis Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Millis Police Department?
approximately 3.5 years.
And what's your rank?
Sergeant
And how were you previously employed?
by the Medfield Police Department,
And how long were you employed by Medfield?
approximately 6 years.
Okay. So directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, were you working in Medfield Police Department during that time period?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you dispatched anywhere in particular around 2:45 in the afternoon on May 15th?
Yes, I was dispatched to the area of Rocky Woods on Hartford Street in Medfield,
Where is that generally in Medfield?
off of Route 109. Hartford Street is a cut through that goes towards Dover and Westwood.
And did you say Rocky Woods?
Yes,
What is that?
a conservation area, reservation,
About how big is it?
approximately 450-ish acres.
Okay. So it's pretty large. Is all of that in Medfield?
Not all of it. Some of it does extend into Dover.
Okay. And on May 15th, when you went to, where did you go?
I met with other officers from the Medfield Police Department, probably halfway up Hartford Street, on the side of the road where they were all staging.
And what was your purpose in going there?
I was informed that they were attempting to locate a cell phone ping that was possibly in the area.
Okay. And what was the purpose of the ping, was your understanding?
But my understanding was that there was a missing, possibly endangered female that this phone belonged to.
Okay. And so then, at some point in time, did you leave Hartford Street?
Yes.
And where did you go?
We responded to, I should not recall the exact address, Valley Road in Dover.
And who were you with?
Officer Bonadies, who at the time was our K-9 officer.
Okay. Can you just, for the record, do you know how to spell Bonadies?
Bonadies.
All right. And you said Officer Bonadies was the K-9 officer?
Correct.
Okay. And so why did you and Officer Bonadies go to Valley Road?
The information that we received from dispatch, the phone was pinging in the area of our Rocky Woods with a radius, a very large radius, and being that it was a large area of woods with people walking in it, it did not make sense to begin a track from the location with the K-9 where we're currently at. So I'd asked dispatch what the address was of the location and if that address fell within the perimeter that the ping was coming from.
Okay. And did it?
It did.
All right. So then what was the purpose of going there with the dog?
So the purpose was to meet a officer from Dover there, if there was going to be a track to be initiated into Rocky Woods, the most logical starting point would be the point of origin, where it was coming from.
Okay. And this is in the afternoon, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you got to, is 29 Valley, does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay, so when you got to number 29 Valley Road, where, if anywhere, did you go?
So we pulled up to the residence and began to walk around the perimeter of the residence prior to bringing the dog out. And then I believe as we began to walk with the dog, that's when a Dover officer, Officer Marsher, showed up on scene.
Officer Marsher?
Yes.
Okay. And then what, if anything, happened next?
Officer Marsher informed us that he had a entry code to get into the garage of the house that was provided by family to check the interior of the residence to ensure that nobody was inside.
Okay. And at the point in time,
Well, Christina Rex knows it before anyone else because she has special connections. But is it a surprise that Bev doesn't care about justice? Ain't no surprise.
time that you were speaking with Officer Marsher, were you aware that police had previously been in the home?
I was not.
Okay. And so then what, if anything, happened at that point in time?
So at that point, we entered the residence via the garage. There was a door that entered into a hallway, I believe, kitchen area.
announcing our presence inside the residence, and then we began to search the first floor to see if anybody was there, which there was nobody there. We then made our way to the upstairs of the residence.
Okay, and what did you observe upstairs?
Upon getting to the top of the stairs, we looked left down the hallway and saw that there was a bedroom door that looked like it had been forcibly opened at the end of the hallway. The door jamb was splintered. It looked like there was damage to the locking mechanism at the end of the hallway.
Okay, and did you make note of that?
Yes, we did.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
So at this point, unknowing what the situation was at the time, and if there was somebody possibly on the inside of that room, I believe I drew my department firearm, Officer Bonaldies drew his taser, we made entry into the room to ensure that nobody was in there.
And were you able to clear that room as well?
Yes.
And when you were in the room, what observations did you make?
There was a bed in front of us, appeared to be bedding, sheets on the ground, noted that broken glass was on the ground, and there was a bathroom in there that there was nobody in the bathroom as well. And then we noticed that there was a purse sitting on a nightstand table.
Okay, and so what, if anything, did you do at that time?
At that time, I had dispatch make a phone call to the cell phone that we were getting the ping from, and they called the phone, which began ringing inside of that purse.
Okay. And while you were in the bedroom, did you touch anything?
No.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do next?
At that point, I believe it was Sergeant Mayo arrived on scene from the Dover Police Department, and we informed him that it looked like there may have been something that struggle of some sort happened here, and that he should notify his detectives, and then we exited the residence the same way that we entered.
The reason why Bev denied Easter is that she believes that the jury is perfectly capable of evaluating the adequacy of the police investigation in this case without the existence of an expert testimony as proffered by the defendant. That's why she denies it. Well, then they have to really dig down on cross-examination and ask if it's standard procedure to use solo cups and Jiffy Lube bags.
All right, I don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you.
1 minute, please.
Yes.
This is the true grift, grifting in someone else's channel.
So when you went in the bedroom, you indicated that you made notice of the fact that there was a splintered door. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That'd be the bedroom door?
Yes.
Top of the stairs, you take a left, go all the way down the hallway, and the bedroom is right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to approach you, sir, with a photograph and ask if you can identify that photograph. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw when you went towards the bedroom?
Yes, sir. That would be the staircase there.
All right, so you and I would offer this and then you publish it and then you can point out different things on it.
No objection.
Okay, maybe a minute. There's a number on the back, Mr. Reddington. Is that your number?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, wherever.
The exhibit 282 you are.
Okay.
Thank you. So now shown His Honor and the jurors, the exhibit, this would show where the splinter is on the
Okay,
door.
good.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were pointing something out about over here.
Yes, I believe, so this would have been the staircase that we had come up.
So you're coming up the staircase,
Yes,
down the hallway.
correct.
This is where the Halligan tool was used to break into the bedroom by the police, correct?
I was not, all I knew that there was a door that looked like it would be forcibly entered at the end of the hallway, yes.
And when you went in, you had occasion to make an observation of the bed, and the bedclothes were in a ball, kind of bundled up on top of the bed. Is that right?
I believe they were on the floor. There was some bedding on the bed, but there was some bedding on the floor as well.
All right, and you made observation that there was a lot of shattered glass on the floor, correct?
I would not necessarily use a lot, but I did see a shattered glass of some sort on the ground.
Okay. Where did you see the shattered glass?
I do not recall exactly, but it was, I believe,
This will be
between
the last
door
witness
and the
today, I
bed,
think.
but I'm not 100% on that.
Okay. I'm going to approach you, sir, with what has been marked as C for identification, and ask if you can identify this.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the bed that you're referring to?
Yes.
And if you look in front of the bed area there, does that appear to be what appears to be clear items or glass or something of that nature?
Yes, from my recollection, that is what I saw.
Well, I would offer this, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit 283.
Thank you. Did you notice what was readily apparent to be a bottom of like a rocks glass, a drinking glass?
I wouldn't necessarily refer to it as a rocks, but some sort of drinking glass, yes. I don't recall if it was on the ground or where it was, but I do recall seeing
You
that.
recall that it was on the ground and one of you guys picked it up and put it on the dresser?
I do not recall that, sir.
All right, but you do recall that?
I do remember, yes, seeing a piece of the,
So I'm going to show you an item, sir, and ask if this is a fair and accurate representation of a piece of furniture in the bedroom and a piece of a glass.
yes.
Drop of this.
No objection.
Maybe in the
Exhibit 284.
And looking at that, sir, that would show, this is the window. You'll notice there's like a mermaid or something like that in the windowsill, correct?
Correct,
And this would be a piece of furniture in the bedroom.
correct,
Looks like a pillow or blankets or something, right?
correct.
And then someone had placed clearly a broken water glass or a drink glass on that piece of furniture, correct?
It would appear that somebody would have placed it there, yes.
Did you see that there, or did you see it on the floor?
I do not recall exactly. I just remember seeing
Okay.
the glass.
And that pretty much concluded your involvement in this investigation, is that right?
Yes.
That's all I had, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No, but I just hope that, yeah.
McLaughlin?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Detective Matt Lavery.
Oh, we're getting one more?
Matt Lavery?
I'm saying start date will be April 22nd. So we start after Easter. Because Beverly is did she say Levy
Just take your time, just watch your
in a
step.
weird way?
Raise your right hand, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Sir, you can have a seat.
Yes, thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Matthew Lavery, Lavery.
How are you currently employed?
Dover Police Department,
How long have you been with the Dover Police?
10 years.
What is your current capacity?
He looks like a McAlbert. We're getting into the MSP looking officers now. Jeepers, he looks like he could be in the Karen Reed trial.
Detective,
How long have you been a detective?
approximately 7 years.
What are some of your duties as a detective?
Conduct follow-up investigations into crimes against people and property, respond to crime scenes, note crime scenes, conduct interviews.
Turning your attention to May 15th of 2020, were you working that day?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Patrol.
What does that mean to be in patrol?
I was in a marked cruiser assigned to a sector to answer calls for service.
What shift were you working?
The 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
At some point, did you become involved in a missing person investigation?
I did.
How did you become involved?
When I came in, they informed me that they were on Valley Road looking into a missing person. They asked me to go take another call for service and then respond to Valley Road.
Approximately what time did you respond to Valley Road?
3:30.
I think they had a limit the last time, but I can't remember if it was 6 or 10. But I think they had a limit.
Do you recall what number Valley Road you went to?
29.
Who was at 29 Valley Road when you arrived?
There was members of the Dover Police, the Dedham Police, and the Mass State Police.
Where were they?
They were in the driveway.
What did you do at the residence once you arrived?
I stood by and waited for instruction.
And then what happened?
More members of the state police showed up, and we were instructed to do a canvass of the neighborhood.
What is a canvass?
You go door to door and ask the residents if they saw anything, if they heard anything, if they have any cameras.
What was the results of that canvass?
We found one home.
It looks like that Criminal Procedure Rule 20 says preemptory challenges, numbers of challenges. Upon the trial of an indictment for a crime punishable by imprisonment for life, each defendant shall be entitled to 12 preemptory challenges of the jurors called to try the case. In any other criminal case tried before the jury of 12, each defendant shall be entitled to 4 strikes. So they have 12 strikes.
Home on the corner of Valley and Taylor that had some cameras.
Yeah, that's what...
And where is Taylor Road in relation to 29 Valley Road?
Rule 20
would be the
says.
lower numbers of Valley, so north towards the center of town.
What about 1 Francis Street?
That would be the opposite direction.
So 20 Taylor Road is not in the direction of travel from 29 Valley Road to 1 Francis, is that right?
Correct.
Approximately how many homes did you go to on May 15th?
Approximately a dozen.
Was there any video from 29 Valley Road in the direction of 1 Francis Street available that you're aware of?
No.
After you completed, approximately how long were you canvassing that area?
A couple hours.
After that canvass, what did you do?
We went back to the station to reconvene.
Turning your attention to the morning of May 16th of 2020, what, if anything, did you do?
We responded back to 29 Valley.
Approximately what time?
It was the early morning hours, 2 or 3.
2 to 3 a.m.?
Yes.
What did you do back at Valley Road?
We stood by waiting search warrants.
At some point, did the search warrants arrive?
Yes.
Were they executed?
Yes.
Were you there when they were executed?
I was.
What role did you take during the execution of those search warrants?
I was in the home helping to look with members of the state police and the Dedham police.
What observations did you make of the home?
It was clean, it was tidy. We walked around the first floor, went to the second floor. As we were going up the stairs, I noticed there was some clumps of hair on the stairs. Got to the top, you could go left or right from the landing. Left was the primary bedroom. I noticed the door had some damage to the frame in the door.
And the Massachusetts State Police were with you while you were in the home at that point?
Correct.
After the search warrant was executed at 29 Valley Road, what did you do?
We began another neighborhood canvass, now going up Walpole Street, the opposite direction from the morning or the evening before.
And did you find anything or gain any information?
So is the jury only being based on the dumb jury questionnaire? No, they will also have a voir dire of the jury where they'll ask, but the questionnaire is to kind of already assess, okay, we don't want jury number 25, 35, 120, because, one works at this place or one has done this. So, but they will have voir dire where they will ask jury questions. But not as much as they used to, I think.
at that point?
We were able to get some camera footage that went with the state police, but very little.
What else did you do as far as this investigation goes?
I assisted as needed with interviews with the state police.
On the evening of May 16th of 2020, did you have occasion to go to 1 Francis Street?
I did.
Why is that?
I was notified that the body of Kathleen McLean was located in the pond there.
When you arrived, what was happening at 1 Francis?
There was a lot of people in the driveway to the home at 1 Francis, state police and Dover police.
Hey, you can't say that she didn't kick the door down and rip out her own hair. Come on now.
They were standing in the driveway.
To the best of your knowledge, was the home at 1 Francis, was that being occupied at the time?
No.
So it was empty?
Correct.
Was it for sale actively, if you know?
I'm unaware.
Okay.
Don't mention dinner.
And if you could just explain, you stated that you have been...
Did she say that? I thought that they just had the questionnaire that they had to give the questions for, and then they could voir dire them. That's why it's going to take so long. But I might be wrong.
With the Dover Police for approximately 10 years, and some of those years were on patrol, is that right?
Yes.
And when you're on patrol, you have to move around the roadways of Dover, is that right?
That's correct.
Can you please describe the...
They said that they will discuss it today, and that's what we heard, that next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I believe it was, will be full days or close to full days. But how was it? Thursday, Friday this week is off.
roadways in Dover?
Country roads, they're narrow, they're windy.
So could I.
They're not well lit. We have one stoplight in town.
Thank you.
welcome.
I have no further questions.
Did you go into the house in Valley Road?
I did.
So you're a detective, or? And how long you been a detective?
Approximately 7 years.
So as a detective, you obviously went to the academy,
Yes.
and you learn in the academy how to detect things, right?
Yes.
Evidence that you might be looking for, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you went into the home, what day was it? The 15th, 16th, when was
It
it?
was the early morning hours of the 16th.
So this was before or after Kathleen McLean's body had been found?
It was before.
So when you went into the house, it was in the course of continuing with this investigation you were involved in, right?
Yes.
You indicated to the jury that one of the things that you observed is, as I think your words were, clumps of hair on the stairs, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that it was like a hair, a long hair, that was kind of curly hair that was on the stairs?
From what I remember, there was a small grouping of hair.
Small grouping.
Yes.
And was it blonde in color? What was color?
It was light.
It was light.
Yes.
And in fact, sir, there was a photograph that was taken of this particular hair. Is that right?
I didn't take photographs.
So I'm going to approach you, sir, with a photograph and ask if you can tell me, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you described to this jury as a clump of hair on the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. I'd offer this, Your Honor.
No objection.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, maybe a minute.
285.
Now, sir, this would show the stairs, and this would show the hair that you're referring to, correct?
There's several lines there, yes, but there could be one hair, yes.
Okay, but hair are hairs. This is
Yes.
what you're referring to, right?
Yes.
On the stairs, correct? Did you have occasion to look inside the car at anything?
I did not.
Did anybody, is it your understanding, sir, that there were clumps of hair or hairs all over the furniture in the house, in the living room, for example?
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware of it. Did you know they had a dog, big Labrador?
I did not.
Was the Labrador in the house when you were there?
I didn't see a dog.
Did you see hair all over the house from the Labrador shedding, sir?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that came from, do you?
I do not.
Okay. Now, when you were investigating, you went into the bedroom.
I did.
Up the top of the stairs, hook a left, and then you go in, right?
Yes.
This is a number of police officers had been in this bedroom up to this point, right?
I believe so, yes.
Photographs were taken to depict or show or secure evidence, right?
I didn't take photographs.
Well, I know you didn't, because you have people that will do that, right?
Yes.
And the people that will do that would be crime scene services, CSI they call them, right?
Correct.
Right? One of the things that was taken is you noted that there were, for example, in the living room, there was a martini glass that was of interest to be taken on the, right in front of the large couch, right?
I see that, yes.
Yes. And also, it was of note that there were a number of alcohol bottles that were in the kitchen. Tito's, vodka, martini and Rossi, things of that nature, right?
I see that, yes.
You saw that, is that correct?
I see it, yes.
Put off of these two?
Any objection, Ms. McLaughlin?
No, Your
Okay.
Honor, thank you.
To be admitted.
It's 286, 287.
Now, when you went into the bedroom, sir, you would agree with me looking at Exhibit 283 that this is a fair and accurate depiction of the bedroom, the bed, and the bedclothes, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me, sir, that there was shattered glass or broken glass all around this area that I'm pointing to towards the floor in front of the bed?
I recall there being glass, yes.
Yes, and you also recall that there was a large drink glass, kind of like, it looked like it was smashed.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 284. Do you recall seeing that object?
I do not recall seeing that.
Okay. I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if this is another fair and accurate depiction of the headboard, the backboard, if you will, of the bed and the floor itself.
Yes.
Okay, get off of this.
No objection.
Maybe a minute.
288.
Thank you. Publishing that for the jury. Can't see, let me know. Showing you this photograph is now marked Exhibit 288. Does that show shattered glass all in front of the area of the back of the bed?
There is, yes.
And that was there when you saw it, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
No further questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, sir. You may step down.
More witnesses?
Yes. Behind the deeds building, you're more than welcome to do that. Officer Land will meet.
Oh, I have to go back and see if it's a full day tomorrow.
If not a little bit ahead of schedule at this point. So I am actually going to let you go for the day. A couple things. Please remember my instructions with respect to both this case and any case in the building. Talking about the case, no independent research. Do not visit any scenes, no posting anything, and please keep an open mind because you haven't heard all of the evidence yet. I wanted to let you know we are moving courtrooms tomorrow. So we're actually going to be in the courtroom across the hall in the corner. Okay, so report where you usually report, and the court officers will show you where to go. Okay, Officer Land will meet you if you want to park in the behind the deeds building. You're more than welcome to do that. Officer Land will meet you in the morning. Okay, and bring you to the deeds building where you're going to congregate in the morning and then walk you over here. Okay, in order to use that courtroom, there may be some up and down stairs that we have to all use. Is that a problem for anybody? If it is, just let the court officer know when you leave today. And I apologize for the inconvenience. It's just the design of this courthouse. So again, I apologize in advance for the inconvenience about moving to another courtroom. Okay?
I don't
Have a
understand
great
that
afternoon.
either.
And I also wanted to let you know that tomorrow is going to be a full day. As you indicated, Wednesday is a half day. So you could plan on a break about 1 o'clock or so on Wednesday, again, off Thursday and Friday, and I'll let you know about next Monday as we get into tomorrow.
Hell are
and
they
Wednesday.
doing in Massachusetts?
Okay, thank you for your time and your patience. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Yes, and I believe, before you go, I believe that we're going to order lunch for you tomorrow for planning
we having?
purposes. So you can talk to the court officers about that as well. If you want to get here a little bit early tomorrow, by all means, I think you'll be out there at 8.
I could be wrong. I could have misunderstood her what dear question.
Is everything all right?
I thought that was
No
panel
fuss
what
and cheers?
dears. He said they couldn't do panel what dears. So that's what I understood her what dear motion to be.
All right with you?
Yeah, but I don't understand. You can say keep away from potential jurors, but they can't deny them to talk about the Karen Reed case. I don't understand how they can do that. Maybe because Fanning is a part of this case, Proctor is a part of this case. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Okay, be seated. So, any other, or I should say, any witness
Yeah.
issues by way of scheduling that you know of?
The medical examiner is the only person that I'm aware of.
Okay, and she needs to testify?
Wednesday.
Okay. All right, Mr. Reddington, you heard that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right, are you anticipating any witness scheduling issues?
No.
All right, okay. Anything else before we break for the day?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
The one thing I wanted to raise is the redaction in the defendant's statement was made on page 6. It's pretty early on in the statement, and it's regarding the Attorney General investigation. The only thing, I am requesting that the court instruct the jury that there's been a redaction and they're not to consider why, because the police are aware that he's not working, and it's a little bit odd. It seems like it's unclear how they would know that unless there's been some conversation that the jury doesn't want to know about. So I just don't want the jury to think that the police did anything wrong in any way, and particularly because they keeping them on in a recorded form, particularly the jury doesn't want to know about.
What the
so
hell
I
is
just don't
that?
want the jury to think that the police did anything wrong.
It's a kid doing the Canton salute. It's going to be interesting to see when that comes in.
In any way, and particularly because they keeping them on in a recorded format.
Mr. Reddington, any objection to that? Just essentially telling the jury that there's a redaction in the statement, that they're not to speculate as to what's been redacted. It's a ruling the court made with respect to inadmissible evidence.
Yeah, on what, the transcript?
It's on the transcript, but it's also on the audio portion. So
Meaning there's a space on the audio?
it's not as, so in the video ones.
Oh, I see. So in other
there's
words, you
more-
don't want speculation that the police cut something out of it or something?
Yeah, or the police somehow knew something for some reason that they shouldn't.
Yeah, I have no problem with you telling them that, look, you'll notice on the audio that there appears to be a skip, and that's got nothing to do with the police, just so that they know. Yep.
It's less obvious in just an audio interview than in a video. You can usually tell that there's been some sort of a skip.
Right.
With just the audio, you can't really tell as easily.
No, I have no problem with that.
All right, so logistically, everything's going to have to go from here over to the other courtroom.
We understand.
I believe you can start that process this afternoon or during lunch.
We have a list at 2, which I think is
Okay.
going on over there.
Can we move now?
Yes. Okay. Oh, well, there was a plea, but they
Are
should
they
be
in session
done.
over? All right, well, let me check and see if they're in session.
No, this is redacted.
Okay,
It's
so I
just to
suggest
say
if you
someone
can
isn't
move
working.
your things over there
think the
now, I would
doctor
do so.
wasn't working.
And then obviously just confirm that the AV is working in there tomorrow, so we don't run into any issues with that. Mr. Reddington, you're going to move your boxes over there as well?
Oh, yeah, we'll do that now.
Okay.
And then we marked a few additional items today by agreement as well, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think that we may need some court intervention on the autopsy photographs. I have provided defense counsel with a final set that I would intend to introduce. I'm not sure if he's had an opportunity to look at them yet. I anticipate from prior conversations that there may be a few objections to some of them. I'm happy to give the court the photographs that I plan or intend to mark as exhibits so that you have a heads up, and maybe we can have this issue done prior to her
I have
testimony.
no problem if the DA gives you copies right now, so you can take a look at.
Okay, and you're saving your objections.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take a copy then
Okay,
whenever you
thank
get
you. I'll
around
go
to it.
downstairs and get them.
And I'm assuming you want an instruction, which I would give a contemporaneous instruction with respect to the graphic photographs. Mr. Reddington?
I would like you to take a look at the photographs that the government has, and then we can have a discussion about their admissibility.
Okay, and an instruction?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay.
Sorry, yes.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, I was like, where is it?
Well, again, a short day, but actually today something did move because the other days have been very slow. Well, whenever that Kurt guy was on, was very slow. Did we get much? Yeah, he was drunk as a skunk when they found him, and they found the body is kind of what we got through today. So probably going to get more to the investigation tomorrow, and then the autopsies. I don't think we have much more to go by than state probably resting Wednesday, I would think. I don't know. Someone said, is Proctor a part of this? Yes, Proctor is a part of this trial. How much? I don't know. I just know that Bev has also been a part of this trial. The defense asked to be given access to Proctor's text messages after the Brady violation letter went out to all the cases he was on, and she denied it. Just like she denied Michael Easter to come in and testify how bad the Canton cops were doing their job, and the MSP cops, of course, were doing their job, which Bev also denied, because every normal juror should know that it was a bad investigation. I don't know how every non-cop knows this is a bad investigation. Well, most people think solo cops, but we know there are thick people out there who probably think, oh, they're saving taxpayer money, I like it. But Fanning is also a part of this case. But if we'll see him, I don't know. We're never going to get out of the little courtroom this trial, then retrial. Like Hotel California, we can never leave. But we will get OnlyFans tomorrow. Kurt is slow, that's why the ladies like him. No, Kurt has generational wealth. That's why the ladies like him, I think. Mark, it's my pleasure. She denied Easter, yes. She believes that her ruling is that, just to take the end, the defendant is undoubtedly permitted to pursue a Bowden defense, and the court will give the jury a Bowden instruction. However, jurors are perfectly qualified to evaluate the adequacy of the police investigation in this case without the existence of expert testimony as proffered by the defendant. I don't know how they are perfectly adequate to evaluate it, as none of them probably are police investigators who doesn't know how do you secure a crime scene, how do you preserve evidence. Is it normal to not go check up on the homeowner when you find a dead body on the front lawn? Could have been nice to tell that to a jury, but Bev chooses the smartest juror so they can figure it out themselves. Sorry. Yeah, we all watch CSI. No problem. Danny, do I have to do this at every stream? They know because they are perfectly adequate of evaluating the police, because this is Canton. There is 100%, everyone can make sure that they know how the police should be run, how the investigation should be done. It's It's not that hard. You don't need an expert to talk about that. It's Beverly Cannoni's courtroom is always filled with the bestest decisions. Are only red Solo cups acceptable? What if I only have blue? Well, you can't put blood evidence in a blue Solo cup. Is it royal blood? It doesn't make sense. You use red Solo cup because it's blood evidence. It's, again, that you don't know, that is standard procedure. If you have anything water-based, you put it in blue Solo cups. Anything blood-related, it's in red Solo cups. If you're going to get some pee or some bile, you use yellow Solo cups. Standard police procedure all across America. She can pick a former cop as foreman to explain the process to the jury. Yeah, maybe the defense should make sure not to put a cop on the team this time. Well, it's Pev's ruling, so it's always BS. All the shitty cops can come in and say, we did whatever you need to do. And then the defense can say, but did you? Yeah, we did. And they can't get someone in to say, they absolutely did not. When she says jurors are qualified to understand it over their own, understand it on their own, keep in mind during Officer Chesna's murder trial, she had a juror she allowed to come to court in PJs every day. Hey, I'm not wearing pants for my streams. Why should people be in pants in court? Hopefully, well, not hopefully, because hopefully she'll just be acquitted and everything will go on. Americans are very smart. What are brown cups for? Number 2. I thought that there was a known rule about dressing in court, but evidently I'm mistaken. Well, we actually have... we just have that we have to be suitably dressed, I think it's called, in our courtroom. So in the summer, I'm in shorts. I'm in hoodies a lot in court. I never had anyone complain about that. We don't do the suits and ties and stuff like that, but you'll show up in a respectable attire. Well, actually, that's one of the things you hear in most courts, that if you can't control your emotion, you need to leave, because it's biased against the defendant if she's sitting in the courtroom. If it's on the stand, it's a different thing. But if she's, we saw it in the what case was it where the family started crying and had to walk out. That's highly biased, and that's actually shouldn't be allowed. That's because you don't want to bias the juror against people, because it's an emotional thing. It's the same thing. She shouldn't allow Ballsack McGee staring down Karen Reed constantly in front of the jury, because that's also heavily biased against Karen Reed, because she is there to have a fair trial, and she can't have that when Paul O'Keefe is allowed to sit there. The stroking the chin is to show that lady that he really thinks about her. So emotional outbreaks are actually most often told, if you can't handle your emotions, you must leave the courtroom. No, I think birthday suits are frowned upon. Well, some people are not that smart. Sarah Boone Jorge's family. Yeah. Yeah, well, if it's on the stand, it's different. But if they're sitting in the courtroom, down on the benches, most judges will tell them, send the jury out and said, if you can't control it, you have to leave the courtroom. What the heck? 30 inches of snow. They also have that in some courtrooms that don't show emotions. I think when the verdict is read, it's different. But if it's during the trial, yes, she can clearly say, "Don't do it because you're prejudicing the defendant." And but when the verdict is read, she can say, "Hey, keep it down." But well, you might not know it because I'm very good at hiding my emotions, but I'm not the biggest fan of Andy Bev. Hey, who doesn't like a good old glazed donut? What happened to Paul O'Keefe's wife? Haven't seen her in court. Well, someone has to work in the family. He's not doing it. And she admonished the widow. Well, you can do that in a tactful way, or you can do it in a Bev way, because you could do the. I know that this is a very emotional time, but we have to show proper conduct in court, and then you can just yell at her. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I did see that, and when I saw it, when someone told me that it happened, I thought, well, she beat a murder rep. But when I saw it, I actually thought they should have been reprimanded, saying, keep it down. We are talking about a dead person. Helen from Holland, see you in the morning. No, I think it's just one of those things that started on YouTube because Martha is taking a little break. I haven't heard anything. We don't know anything about what is on Proctor's phone. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with more, trying to figure out what happened in this case. Oh, that goes straight through my eye. And tomorrow will also be the day where I will have to spend the stupidest $10 in my life, because a certain book is coming out tomorrow that I promised my mods that I will read. Sadly, I can't read the full book and show it on screen, but I will do. I'll probably try and highlight the most stupid takes in the book, so we all can laugh about it. I know court is off here Thursday, Friday. Valhalla and I are talking about rewatching opening statements from this from the first Karen Reed case, and then I'll try and find some spot to do a review on Plevin's book, so no one out there has to read it. I'll read it for you. I'll grift the heck out of it because he is the grift king, and I will need mental help after reading it, I'm sure. So don't you waste your $10 on that stupid book. Let's do it Thursday. Give me a time and we'll figure it out. Everyone else, come back tomorrow. Do all the YouTube things that you hate being told about. And remember, vote for Brandon for Mod of the Year, because Valhalla is a cheater.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.